Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, Gwen, and with me, as almost always, always, but we're not always here, as evidenced by last week, as Jared. How are you doing, Jared?
I'm doing great. I'm settling in. I don't have everything all set up at my new place. Like I don't have my posters still on my walls or anything, but I now have a couch. I have a dining room table. I have some additional furniture. I'm getting my new TV delivered next week, so it's actually starting to feel more like a home, and rather than just chaos.
Oh, good. So you did move on getting that new TV.
I did. It's an 85 incher full
Wow.
HD. Yeah. I got the space. Why I've always wanted it. So
Oh man, I thought I was. I have I think it's a 65 inch. So you've got me beat, man.
well, I have more space because I have less physical media than you do. So
Yeah, we've been talking about this, and I just had to clear out a whole bunch of space. I just so we're clear, count it, folks. I have gotten rid of suggests they're out of the house. They're not out of the house yet, but they are separated from the main group and are, they're going to be gone. Is over 100 DVDs and Blu-rays that I no longer, not going to say no longer want, but no longer need, because time has passed on, and sometimes you regret impulse buying certain things. Sometimes there are things that were with you at the right time, but now that time has moved on, unfortunately. If you want to keep adding things to said collection. And so they are on their way out. And I also have to reevaluate what that means of adding things to my collection now, because even though you might hear, oh, you got rid of 100 DVDs and Blu-rays, that's amazing. The size of my collection my present existing collection would still shock many of you, although for the more aggressive physical media collectors, maybe not so much, because I have learned through my journeys in the interweb that actually I have a small collection compared to other people, but an outrageously large collection to most people. So yeah, I have to evolve in my thinking of like what the next purchase is going to be, because it's not like back in the old days when I could just go up to Best Buy on Tuesday and say, what 3 or 4 DVDs am I going to grab today? Those times are gone, not least because Best Buy no longer carries physical media, but also because there is just not the space nor the money. But anyway, so needless to say, we were talking before the stream started, I'm feeling more spacious in my bedroom, because along with clearing those out, I also took the opportunity to clean up most of my room, and I'm feeling better about the state of things.
I won't say you have taken your first step into a larger world, but perhaps a less cluttered one.
Yeah. I'm going to shock a lot of people and say that not that I haven't ventured into it before, because sometimes it is very convenient and you don't necessarily want to buy certain things in the physical realm, but I have dipped my toe into digital purchases before. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to start venturing into that area a bit more, which most people are like, yeah, welcome to modern times. I'm like, no, my precious favorite movies, they will still be added to the shelf in the form of physical media, but I can no longer afford to do that for everything that strikes my fancy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, there will always just be an exercise in, choosing the ones that are the most special to you. And the good news is that if things change, you can always go back and add it later, as long as the physical media market still exists, which is not a guarantee, but it's holding on.
Yeah, it is. So anyway, there's that digression. I want to say, like, I'm not much help. I don't know if it's from mosquito bites or if it was just because I was working my butt off in the super hot weather, and but you can't see it because I have it shielded by my hat. But I was working outside for the 4th of July, filming an event, and my forehead just broke out, and I woke up yesterday like, what is happening? So yeah, it's concealed right now. So but hopefully that'll clear up. But I don't think they were actual mosquito bites. But yeah, no, we will do our best to distract you, Mother Roy. Anyway, so without further ado, let's get to the topic at hand. Well, first, I should say we missed last week. I wasn't feeling that great. I don't necessarily feel like it was necessarily a bug of any kind, but I'll be honest. After my work has been increasing over the past couple weeks, which is good. But that in combination with the fact that I had been feeling for a while that I needed a weekend off from the channel, and that was supposed to happen in about 2 weeks, and it still will. But I think I just ran out of juice, and I was exhausted, and I couldn't. I just did not have the energy last weekend, so I hope you all will forgive me for that. I was not feeling good, and I'm feeling much better today. Charged and ready to go, but we will circle back around to our stream of the Patriot probably in our next group of streams after the planned hiatus. But I did not want to push back our finale for our Star Wars discussion, nor our anniversary stream for X-Men next week. So we're charging ahead. But so yeah, that's what we're doing today. We are talking about Return of the Jedi, and oh my God, I had so much fun today watching this. Just like we have been over the past month or so. Celebrating and enjoying once again these classic movies. And it just reminded me that although I don't know that I would necessarily say that this is presently the case, because I feel like our tastes sort of evolve over time, and I feel like I'm in a different place emotionally with Star Wars right now. But when I was younger, Return of the Jedi was my favorite of the movies, and it's so easy to see why when I go back and watch it. This is just it's such a fun movie, but also it's an emotionally deep one, which I think is why it was my favorite for so long, and why I still love it so much, because it combines the sort of lighthearted fun of the original Star Wars, but also carries on the emotional depth, particularly with the story of Luke and Anakin. And I can't wait until we talk about that final lightsaber duel, because I'm just going to say it, like, there are other lightsaber fights that have like the choreography, but for emotional impact, this is my favorite of them all. And so yeah, we're gonna get to that. And yeah, I just had so much from like the opening with like Vader coming down the rampway, and then going to 3PO and R2D2 going up to Jabba's palace and R2 going doo, 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 all that. I was just like, oh my God, this is so much fun. So yeah, that's I'm just going to start off by saying that I love this movie.
As do I. This movie is wonderful. has, like in the past, gotten, it has been treated as a punching bag by some corners of the fandom because it wasn't, Empire Strikes Back or A New Hope. But now, as people have found other targets, again, undeserving, but I think that Return of the Jedi is rightly being recognized for what it is, which is an outstanding conclusion to the original Star Wars trilogy and a touchstone for much of what people love about, Star Wars just overall. It is, we now, with every movie franchise seemingly evolving into trilogies, like it's notable that this is, one of the first times when we actually had like a definitive end for the time of a story of these three movies. And it just feels like such a resounding success in that way. While also now in the context of everything that we have going forward with the larger Star Wars universe that has expanded beyond Return of the Jedi, it feels still like an essential chapter. And it's because I really can't just understate it enough, even though it sounds simple. It's the one where the good guys win. And
Yes.
and that is not something we should take for granted. Obviously, last 2 weeks ago, we spent a lot of time rightly lauding Empire Strikes Back for its incredible and important audacity to have a film where the heroes, even though it ends on a moment of hope, the heroes are beaten down. In many respects, the heroes lose. The heroes are on the run. And that is why some people feel it is more real and more, immediate. And I was on record. I think The Empire Strikes Back is probably the best Star Wars anything. But that one of the reasons it gets to be what it is because we get to follow it up with Return of the Jedi, where we return to the classic morality tale of, yes, the Empire is an incredible, dangerous, tyrannical, dark force, and sometimes they are going to win and push our heroes to the brink. But the reason that Star Wars has the emotional staying power that it has for these past 40 years is because ultimately in this, this classic fairy tale, because that is what it is, the light side wins, the heroes win. And even if that victory was not as permanent as some, once thought it was when this was the original trilogy was all we had, it still matters. And it matters to this day. And this movie is still great to this day for that reason.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best to talk about that, the sort of finality, or if you want, lack thereof, as a result of the further chapter, without sort of getting down on the later storytelling, because a lot of it actually has been quite good and entertaining. But I think it's just and I don't know, maybe it's not generational. You're not that much younger than I am, but I do feel like I grew up and loved Star Wars at a time when I did get to enjoy it for a nice couple of years before it wasn't just the Star Wars trilogy anymore. But during that time when it was the Star Wars trilogy, it felt like, for me, these three movies feel like the base, the construct, the epicenter around which everything else is built. And so there's something whole and complete about these original movies, even as stuff has been added. And I even feel that way regarding the prequels, which, and I love all the storytelling that the prequels have given us. It's some of my favorite stuff. But it has always, internally to me, felt like you have the original trilogy, and then there's this. And that is not me getting down on anything that followed, but it is what I'm trying to get around to saying with this is that for me, Return of the Jedi is always going to have a sense of finality and a feeling of this is the conclusion, this is the end, even as I love to enjoy all the other stuff. So like while I'm watching Return of the Jedi, I'm aware of, you know, what comes after in the other storytelling, but like I'm watching this and we get to the celebration at the end and I'm like, yeah, the good guys win, and it is happily ever after, and it's the grand finale of the story. And I have a feeling that younger fans feel differently about that. It is just sort of a pause, and it's not even the end of the conflict to them, because they know that the war against the Galactic Empire didn't end at the Battle of Endor. But for me, this was like, no, they defeated the Emperor. The Darth Vader's dead. They blew up the second Death Star. No, it's over. This is the end. And so yeah, it's weird, but it's nice, and I like having just made that generation of fans for whom there was the Star Wars trilogy. It makes me feel like I just made the cutoff to belong to an exclusive club. And with that comes memories of all kinds of stuff, like the original Star Tours at Disney, the Star Wars Expanded Universe, even though that in of itself told continuing stories, but it always felt like, it felt secondary to the films themselves. It was almost like, you know, I know other fans feel different, but it always did feel like a what if the story continued. And so, but nothing ever rocked that solid foundation of the original trilogy. And that was always the sort of eternal struggle when the prequels came along, was like, for me at least, a lot of people had issues with the quality of the films themselves, and not to say that I didn't at times back then, but also there was that internal struggle of, but how does this like fit with, you know, all my thoughts and feelings surrounding the original movies. And so yeah, it's I'm happy to both enjoy the legacy of further storytelling within Star Wars, but also hold these movies and the ending of these movies really close to my heart in a way that's very personal to me. And I don't know where I was starting with this whole speech. I don't know if I had a purpose in mind, but just to say that, like, for me, it'll always be the Star Wars trilogy, even though that's technically, it's grown to be so much beyond that now. And I'll just cap off this tangent by saying, I don't give a crap what other people have said about Return of the Jedi in the past. When I was watching this today, I was reminded of how I felt watching this as a kid. And I didn't, pardon the language, I didn't give a rat's ass what anybody else thought. This was one of the funnest movies of my youth. And it means a lot to me. And there are moments in it that both thrill me, make me crack up, make me feel emotionally drained. Just wait until we get to talk about that John Williams cue and the final bit of the duel at the end of the movie. Oh my God. For me, this is a classic film, and I attach no conditions to that whatsoever. I love it through and through. It is part of the Star Wars trilogy, and for me is like it stands on equal footing with Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back as like just all out classics. So yeah, fight me if you want. I I love this movie with all my heart and soul.
I'm standing right there with you in defense of Return to the Jedi and just wholehearted love and acclaim for it. I agree. It is not purely a generational thing. Hey, AR, good to see you. It's because we're only separated by 5 years. But for me, I was such a Star Wars fanatic, and I think this is a very valid perspective to have come to, but like clearly it's not age related. I was such a Star Wars fanatic that like when I came to it in like 1997, and I had the original trilogy, but the prequels were just on the horizon, and I couldn't wait. I dove right into the expanded universe books with the classic Thrawn trilogy. So like for me, it was always part of a larger story. But I think for me, it is part, like the reason that it has endured and has in fact only gotten more powerful for me is because when I was younger, I didn't have like the full sense of appreciation of just what a monumental thing it was that the rebellion that our heroes Luke, Han, and Leia had accomplished in Return of the Jedi. Because in that classic, I'm like, of course the good guys are going to win. Of course they're going to beat the Empire, even after they like struggled in The Empire Strikes Back. It's like, this is how storytelling goes. The good guys win. And now, with the added weight of, maturity and additional cinematic experiences and just our real life, it means all the more to me that they did what they did, and that they won, not only that they won, but they won in this way, not just the fact that they defeat the Empire and destroy the second Death Star, but that it's part of the entire alliance, is there to, in an all-out battle to, try to free the galaxy. And they're assisted by, this group of people on Endor, the Ewoks, that the Empire had overlooked and not valued. And that ends up proving to be their doom.
Which, by the way, sorry, I apologize. I interrupted you. I just, before you moved off the Ewoks, I just wanted to make sure to, say that I absolutely adore the Ewoks, being a part of this story. Part of that is because of its connection to, for me, that it was a great parallel to the Hobbits in The Lord of the Rings. And I love the idea that this evil fascist, dictatorship is going to be overthrown by, the sort of smallest of creatures who the Empire wouldn't even think to look at as a threat. I think it's absolutely beautiful. So sorry, go ahead, continue. I apologize.
No. I mean, I'm glad that you mentioned that. We're definitely going to talk more about the Ewoks at length. But I highlight them to say that this was another incredibly bold choice, even though some people thought it was a safe choice, the more kid-friendly choice. I think it was an incredibly brave choice to have the Ewoks be the rebellion's allies in this movie. And then there's just operating more on like the classical like myth side of it. One of the things that has made the Star Wars saga the most like powerful cinematic saga in my life, and one of the reasons I return to it again and again and again, is what this movie does, which is how it deals with the problem of evil, which is that like, yes, you have to confront evil. And sometimes that evil needs to be destroyed in the form of the Emperor. But if you go into it with just that as the mentality that like, the only way through this is death for one of us or the other, then you might not have recognized that that this movie does something much more profound, which is the idea of redemption, the idea that it is love that wins the day. The fact that it is Luke's love, not only for his friends, his family, his sister, we now learned, but his love for his father, who had made terrible choices throughout his life. We didn't even understand the full extent of it at the time when this movie originally came out, but we knew that Darth Vader was evil. But evil was not born. Evil is made. Evil is made by the choices that people make. And while there are certain characters like the Emperor who make evil choices and never look back, and so they are beyond redemption, Darth Vader, the greatest villain in cinematic history by many counts, including mine, was not. Because Darth Vader was Anakin Skywalker, Luke Skywalker's father, and because Luke refused to give up on him, because Luke went into that final confrontation not with hate but with love, he brought him back. And we'll talk more about the technical details of Vader's redemption and what does it mean, and like the fact that yes, Anakin still, gives his life at the end, but we can't overlook the fact that what this franchise did with this iconic villain was not say he needs to be destroyed. It's that he can be saved if you have someone as incredibly brave and compassionate and heroic as Luke, who is willing to try. And we will get to discuss about this moment even more at length, but it is telling that the single greatest moment of heroism from Luke Skywalker in this movie and this trilogy and potentially the entire franchise is not the moment when he ignites his lightsaber and faces down the Emperor. It is the moment he turns off his lightsaber and tosses it away and still faces down the Emperor and says the line, I will never turn to the dark side. You have failed, Your Highness. I am a Jedi, like my father before me. And that is just like, I loved that choice when I was a kid. Now I just can't even put into words how much I love that choice and how much it means.
Yeah, and it's such a powerful message that and we've alluded to this before, and I don't want to go too far down the road, but it's like, it's something that like a lot of people who profess to love Star Wars don't take that message to heart. It goes right over their head. Or they think, well, it's the real world is different. I'm not going to, that's too idealistic. I don't know. Maybe they're right, but that's not the way I choose to look at the world. And from when I was a young one, I always looked up to Luke as an example as someone to aspire to be, and this moment is the culmination of all that. It is the person who will look evil straight in the face and say, I will not become you. I'm going to choose to put my weapon down and not confront you with violence. I'm not going to give you what you want, which is for me to be corrupted and to be like you. That struck such a chord with me as a young kid and continues to as an adult. And I try to live my life to that example. And that's why I've always loved stories that have sort of taken that path with characters who are supposed to be heroic, who we're supposed to look up to. Maybe the world is such a place where maybe that's foolhardy, but it's not foolhardy for me to aspire to that, I think, and to choose to live my life in that way. And heck, I'll go down following the example of Luke Skywalker if I have to, because I think that's the kind of person I wish to be.
No, I mean, this is one of the reasons that why Luke Skywalker is such an indelible, cinematic hero, because he is not the biggest or the strongest, in terms of what we think of as a traditional physical, specimen. Obviously, he's incredibly powerful in the Force, but the reason that he ultimately is such an enduring hero that has captivated generations after generation is because of his compassion, because he cares and because he believes, And again, yes, there are people who are, either their perspective is very grounded in our, at times very harsh real world, or because they're scared to, admit that this type of storytelling can move people and have value. There are people who think that this is idealistic and naive and not the way you actually deal with, evil when you confront it. And what I would say is that, that is the point of this morality tale, this morality fable for, yes, for children, but for everyone. The idea that, obviously, everyone has their own choice about how they approach these situations, and there are times when you are going to have to face down evil, and yes, you are going to have to fight it. And sometimes you cannot, save somebody. Sometimes you cannot, face somebody with compassion and bring them back from the brink of their choices. But in this story, you can. And it's worth telling that story, because if nobody ever told these stories, then the world would be just a bleak and, realpolitik, dark and unforgiving place. This is why idealism matters, because sometimes it is worth doing the harder thing, walking the harder path. We in Empire Strikes Back, Luke and Yoda had that conversation. Is the dark side stronger? And Yoda says, no, quicker, easier, more seductive. And how am I to know the good side from the bad? You will know when you are calm, at peace, passive. A Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack. And this is put into action in these, in this final confrontation between Luke and Vader, because Luke does, lose control. He does become angry, as anyone would in that situation where Vader and the Empire are not just trying to turn him, they're threatening his family, they're threatening his sister. And so he loses control for a moment. He goes on the attack. He beats down Darth Vader and he cuts off his hand, and he has him at his mercy, and he could kill him. And there is an entire class of people out there who said, well, that was the smart thing for him to do. But in this moment, Luke recognizes that is not who I want to be. That is in many respects what led my father down this path. And I will not be that. I will be what he, once was and could be again. I will walk the path of the Jedi, the harder path. And then he does it, even though he knows it could mean his death. And again, in this kind of idealistic, telling of the story, he is rewarded for it, because it seems like his act is going to come to nothing. It's going to mean nothing, but it means everything, because his father is there, and his father hears it, and his father follows his example.
Well, and also this is an example of Luke very much learning from the mistakes that he made in Empire Strikes Back, because he's not there to save the rebellion or to destroy the Empire. He trusts his friends to do that, which this is what Yoda was talking about in Empire Strikes Back. Now, of course, we know Luke, and he seeing his friends in danger, it was very natural for him to want to go to save them, as as honestly we would expect our hero to want to do. But having gone through that experience and seeing that actually he didn't save them, they were quite capable on their own. Well, Han frozen in carbonite, but as far, he ended up being the one who needed rescuing at the end of that. So he trusts that not only his friends but the Rebel Alliance has matters well in hand. His mission in this film and its climax is to save his father's soul. And so he goes into the situation perfectly willing to sacrifice his life for that cause. So it earns him nothing to embrace his anger and attack the Emperor, because that is not what's going to save his father. What's going to save his father is appealing to Anakin's humanity and laying his own life down to say, I am here for you. I'm here because I believe there is good in you. And there's no part of that. There's nothing in the equation that him lashing out against the Emperor in anger is going to achieve the goal of saving his father. it's going to corrupt him and give the Emperor exactly what he wants. And which, no matter how you slice it, that means the end of his father. And so, yeah, I just think it's beautiful that the message of this is that Luke has learned to trust, to leave certain things to his friends who have things well in hand. They're more than capable, and to do what he is meant to do, which is, as a Jedi Knight, to go to save his father and do that thing that gets talked about in the other movies, perhaps bring balance to the Force. And even if he doesn't realize, in those words, that that's what he's doing. But I think there's a sense of that. And so I think it's such a beautiful message that to Luke, winning is not about, striking down the big bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's saving his father's soul. And I just, what a beautiful story for our hero.
Mm-hmm.
In the final chapter. I just think it's so wonderful.
Yeah. And it's again just such an incredibly hard thing that he did, which makes it all the more powerful that he was able to successfully walk that path. Because throughout the movie, even as he is stating that this is going to be his mission to try and bring his father back, other characters who we love and trust and know that they love and trust Luke express doubt about this. Yoda and Obi-Wan, incredible, mentor figures for Luke, they believe Anakin is gone. They believe he cannot be saved. They believe Luke's only answer, sad as it is, incredibly sad as it is to cut down this machine who has basically replaced his father. But Luke doesn't take that advice. Even when Obi-Wan has kind of almost a moment of despair there, he says, then the Emperor has already won. If you can't kill your own father, you are our only hope. And obviously there is another, he brings up the fact that there is Leia. But Luke himself is still present in that equation. And, and even when he tells Leia about his plans, Leia, who we know is incredibly brave, incredibly strong-willed, what is her advice to Luke in that scene? Luke, run away, far away. If he can sense your presence, then leave this place. I wish I could go with you. And Luke's rightly, tells her, no, you don't. You've always been strong. And she just looks at him like tears in her eyes. But why must you confront him? And he says, because there is good in him. I felt it. I can save him. I can turn him back. And when he's talking to Vader, in that scene on the bridge, Vader is not as menacing as he once was. He seems almost sad. He seems almost resigned. He's like, Obi-Wan once thought as you do. You don't know the power of the dark side. I must obey my master. But when Luke doesn't give up on him, there are moments when, even though he's completely hidden behind a mask, again, great acting from David Prowse and, the vocal intonations of James Earl Jones, you can see it. You can see the dark side's hold on Darth Vader weakening because Luke is getting through. And even though it seems like it might be too late, it means that final moment when Anakin makes his choice and becomes Anakin again, it does not just come in that moment because Luke is about to die. It comes in that moment because Luke has been trying to get through to Vader and to Anakin for like this entire confrontation, and it's been working. And this is the moment where Anakin has to make his choice, and he makes it.
Yeah, and it's funny. I talk about like viewing, the original trilogy as this contained thing, but that doesn't mean that other stuff doesn't add to my enjoyment of these movies. You were just talking about the scene on the bridge and just like, that line, "Then my father is truly dead," and then now have that be the echo of, "Then my friend is truly dead." Mm-hmm. From Obi-Wan, and the fact that Luke's entire like message in this movie about still sensing good in his father, this is, it's very valid, all the complaints that have been had about the way Padme's characters handled in Revenge of the Sith. But what I have always found so gratifying is that this movie is such a victory for her. Mm-hmm. Because Luke is carrying forward her message, that she's the one who, on her deathbed, says there's still good in him. And I just love the fact that Luke is so much more Padme's child than and certainly in both children there are traits of both parents, but I think it's kind of accepted that like Leia has a bit more Anakin in her in terms of her sort of for lack of a better term, spunk and drive, and Luke he feels very much more like he's carrying so much of Padme in him, and that is never more evident than in this movie. And I just adore that is. And obviously Vader doesn't say Padme once thought as you did, because this movie was made. But with the beauty of the way these things are performed in these movies is that when he says Obi-Wan once thought as you do, you can almost feel that the unspoken part of that is that it's Padme that spoke as you did. And the fact that Luke, right before that, Luke says, "Come with me," echoing what Padme is pleading with Anakin to come with her and run away at the end of Revenge of the Sith. There is just, I think that for all that we gripe about, just say Padme's name, damn it, in new Star Wars storytelling. And certainly, like I said, this movie was made years before she was even a character, but I just feel like her spirit is so alive in this film. Mm-hmm. And that everything that Luke is saying is straight from her, her spirit. And the fact that she does get discussed in this film, even if not by name, when her and Leia, when Luke and Leia are talking about her, and it's just, as someone who just adores Padme's character so much, I just, it just feels like a victory for her in this film. And yeah, it's just so beautiful. I don't care what they have to do. I want them to like bring Natalie Portman back in new Star Wars storytelling to like, properly put a bow on all this. Actually, like how great, like, okay, I'm against all the AI stuff and, using, technology to bring actors back, but do it, like, imagine if they brought Natalie Portman back in some kind of ghost form and had a conversation with Luke. I don't know how that would work, because she's not a Jedi, I know that, but but like, they could manufacture a reason. Just imagine like Padme and Luke sharing a scene.
Well, I mean, we've already seen it in Star Wars. We saw it with Han and Ben in The Rise of Skywalker. Han's not a Jedi, but that moment of the memory, like, it was incredibly powerful. And I this is where I'm putting all my faith in Dave Filoni. I'm like, Ahsoka season 2, man, come on. You go into more. You have the opportunity to bring back any character you want. I know, like obviously you've already brought back Anakin. There were rumors you're going to be bringing back Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan Kenobi. Give Natalie Portman a call, and she'll answer. She'll trust her. I love the fact that yes, even though we did not know Padme's name at the time that this movie originally, came out, and we knew very little about, the only thing we knew about her for a long time was the line that is shared in that scene between Luke and Leia, where he asks her, "Do you remember your mother, your real mother?" And she says, "Just images, really, feelings." And he said, tell me what you remember. And she has the iconic and like heartbreaking line. She was very beautiful, kind, but sad. And obvious, and she asked, "Why are you asking me?" And Luke had kind of, it's like reflecting and saying, "I have no memory of my mother. I never knew her." And obviously, knowing what we know now, knowing that Padme died very shortly after giving birth to Luke and Leia, like the inference is that Leia remembers Padme through the Force, because she's a very naturally intuitive. And Luke, but the thing is, even though Luke doesn't have that direct memory, it is clear, like abundantly clear, as you said in this movie, that he does have some influence from her, that he is Padme Amidala's son. And she would be so proud of him for what he does in this movie.
Yeah, and not to say that, like, I don't mean to be all like, yeah, Luke is really Padme's kid more so than Leia. Leia obviously is so much Padme's daughter as well. It's so much to the point that, like, I remember saying when we watched the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, I was like, what was so great about that was seeing young Leia was seeing not just Leia and like Carrie Fisher Leia and knowing retroactively, yes, that is the child of Padme and Anakin, but actually getting to see a young version of Leia that, like, you see this girl and you're like, oh, she is so Padme and Anakin's daughter. And there is so much to the point where you'd almost be forgiven for thinking we were seeing a young Padme in that series. But yeah, it's just great. I will say that I think this has been debunked by now with like storytelling for the character, but also like just widely accepted that Leia's memories of Padme are through the Force. But for a long time it was I've had the theory that actually for at least a time she was being raised by Sabe, and I was like, that was going to be a cool little way to work Sabe into more of the Star Wars saga. I don't think that's the case now, but it was a fun idea. But yeah, it's just the bottom line. I would love to see them bring Natalie Portman back for something in some capacity, because I think she deserves it. I think the character deserves it to have like at least a final grace note beyond her death in Revenge of the Sith. I think it would be really great for the character, just because I don't know of anybody who doesn't go love the character, but yeah, the ending's a little rough for her. So I think it would just be wonderful to have a final grace note there. But anyway, we're digressing, but it does have to do with
it does
the emotion of this story. We just jumped right into the heavy stuff at the end of the story. I do want to jump back, and just because this if we're not switching gears too much, because we are going to work our way back to that, but can we just like talk about the outrageous fun that is the beginning of this movie?
Please.
Just with with going to Tatooine and Jabba's palace, And like I was debating, I told you about how I have to be more discerning about what I'm going to buy on physical media. And I'm like, well, if Book of Boba Fett gets released this holiday season on physical media, do I really need that? Even though, or would I be getting it just to plug the hole in between Mando seasons 2 and 3 in my collection? But then I'm like watching this opening sequence, I'm like, but it had so much fun for Return of the Jedi fans.
Yes.
And so that at the very least is reason enough to want to have that in my collection, because there is so much amazing fun goodness to be had in this film on Tatooine and Jabba's palace that later gets revisited in that show. But I just loved everything from just the entire design of Jabba's palace, all the droids and creatures in there, which again, when people talk derisively about Return of the Jedi, they do tend to, you know, give some grief to like some of the design work in Jabba's palace for like the creatures and stuff, some of the costumes. But I'm like, no, like this is 1983. It was fantastic. This was like the I think in one of the behind the scenes documentaries, somebody said it was like the cantina on steroids.
Yeah.
And apparently Lucas was very happy with all this stuff, whereas he felt like he didn't quite get what he wanted necessarily originally with the cantina. And this is great. I love like just when they get up to the door and you got the droid that's just an eyeball sticking out, and you know, goodness gracious me. And and then the Gamorrean guards, Bib Fortuna, like, and then when you get into Jabba's palace, all that stuff, I think it's just some of the wildest, most fun stuff. And this was what I was talking about when I started watching the movie today, and like all the sort of discussions that have been had over the years about the movie's quality. I'm like, no, screw it. Like, I don't care, because I remember watching this so many times growing up and being absolutely delighted at like every second of watching this stuff. It was just so much fun. And I just love all the languages, like the language that all these characters, where you don't know necessarily what they're saying. You have to kind of decipher, you know, based on like 3PO's responses. And oh, by the way, speaking of 3PO's response, I love when he just lightly taps on the door and he's like, I don't think they're going to let us in. It doesn't look like let's go back and tell Master Luke.
Oh, man.
It's so great. I just love it.
Yeah, no, I mean, like it's a close contender between this and The Rise of Skywalker for me, which is 3PO's best movie, because of course he also has the Golden God stuff with Ewok, the Ewok either. But like, yeah, this sequence, the opening palace in Jabba's, this is like the pulp Nirvana of the Star Wars galaxy, you know.
Oh, and this scene, you know, we have been without a protocol droid since our master got angry with our last one and disintegrated it. Oh.
Oh man, yeah, no, I mean, and again, that's the other thing about this. Like, I mean, some people think that this part of, you know, Jabba's palace is a little bit, you know, again, more pulpy. It's a little bit, you know, less, you know, grit. Like, you know, it's not the grim fascism of the Empire. But this is dark stuff. This is scary, scary stuff, especially for, you know, for the intended target audience of the kids. You know, we're watching characters being tortured. We're watching characters being enslaved. We're watching characters being, you know, this shows you that Jabba the Hutt is a bad dude. And this is where, like, yes, obviously, like it's not directly related to perhaps what we would consider the central conflict of the rebellion against the Empire, but this has been there from the very beginning of the Star Wars story as well. The idea that there's also this criminal underworld that is kind of running rampant because the Empire is allowing it to fester, and Jabba the Hutt is the king of that world. And so when we're seeing like where he makes his residence, we are seeing essentially the worst of the true underbelly of like the galactic scum and villainy, and one of our main heroes, Han Solo, was once a part of that world, has fallen back into that world as a prisoner. And so it is incredibly important that the rest of our heroes, Luke, Leia, Chewbacca, Lando, R2, and 3PO, they're not just going to leave him there. They're going to go and they're going to try to save him. And, we can have some fun talking about the nature of their plan, because obviously their plan goes through a few iterations. But ultimately, they were right to do what they did, even though it's incredibly important for them to, get back to the fight against the Empire. Han is a critical part of that fight, and he is someone who's incredibly important to Leia, who's in love with him, to Luke, he's basically his best friend, to Lando, one of his old friends, to Chewbacca. It's essential that they save him, and it's a testament to the fact that like even in this movie where the Empire and Darth Vader and the Emperor loom so large, like Jabba the Hutt is an iconic villain in and of himself, and like his entire oeuvre of strange attaches and entertainment and guards. Like we'll talk about the entertainment. We will get there.
No. I was going to mention the true highlight of this movie. Arguably the most important character of all of Star Wars. Do you know where I'm going with this?
I can't wait to find out. I have several theories.
Salacious B. Crumb.
That's that he would have been my top guess, but I didn't want to presume, because there are I didn't know if you were going to disrespect Effant Mon or Max Rebo or something along those lines.
Oh no, we'll get to Max Rebo. That's and
yeah, I have opinions on the Max Rebo. Is he playing with his arms or is he playing with his legs debate? And I do not think it should be a debate. We'll get there.
I'll say the only picture I have. Okay, you can see Max Rebo. Well, you can't see where I'm pointing at on the picture, but he's on the left hand corner.
Yeah,
down in between Jabba's tail. I wish I had a better picture of him, but like even before I knew that he had like a cult following and all the stuff, which like would not have surprised me. I just remember being a kid and simultaneously extremely disturbed and endlessly entertained by this little guy and his cackle and I love him so much.
Yeah.
He is an icon. And like he's got a middle initial. It's great. I love it.
Yeah. I mean he's just a triumph of a character design. Like again, images that you like, not just in terms of the visual style, but also the sound design, and just the fact that again, like this is where we get into the realm of like, because Lucas perhaps had a little bit more money and equity to do what he wanted with a scene like this, as opposed to the Mos Eisley Cantina. He can get away with having Jabba, this gigantic several ton worm slug alien, have his jester be a little like monkey lizard. It's a puppet, and he's
Kowakian
awesome.
monkey lizard. I love the name of the species too. Like there is nothing about Salacious that isn't amazing.
And obviously, like obviously Salacious has his own like he almost has his own like story going throughout this entire story. Like, I mean, like I love the moment like when he's just sitting there and he's like watching Jabba's tail move, or he's running around.
I'm
And,
like, I remember it being a kid being like, what's he gonna do? Is he gonna bite Jabba's tail?
yeah, and you'll notice that Jabba has like a little cut on his tail, and I'm like, did Salacious do that? Is he chewing on Jabba when Jabba's not looking?
Oh my god. Oh yeah, no, he's great, and honestly, like I want a spin-off series for Salacious. Like, give us everything. Maybe it's not gonna happen now because Disney is rolling back on the the TV output, but I think it was in the realm of possibility for a while.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
like just give us more of Salacious in some form. We've seen more Kawaki monkey lizards, but I want him to be an actual like supporting character in like an animated series.
Yeah, and
You know?
the thing is, there are those from a certain point of view novel books that and there was a feast for the Return of the Jedi one with all the Jabba's characters, and obviously there was a Gracious B. Crumb one, and in that story they say that he got thrown from the sail barge into the mouth of the Sarlacc and eaten, and that is a case where I'm like, I'm gonna choose to believe that there's more to the story. If Boba Fett can escape the Sarlacc, so can Salacious B. Crumb.
Yeah. So like, let's be clear. Like, if Max Rebo is walking away from all that, so is Salacious B. Crumb. Sorry, but
Max Rebo has a knack for avoiding death, because I don't believe he was at the bar in the Book of Boba Fett when it got blown up either. I think that was his day off.
Even if he was in there, I think he's fine.
Yeah. He is indestructible. He is immortal.
Yeah. Along with our, beautiful hostess,
Yes. Garsa Whip.
Yeah.
R.I.P. or perhaps not.
And now I always say we didn't see a body. Sadly. Had to. I apologize. It was right there. No. But Matt Rebo. No, he is not freaking playing with his legs.
Yeah, I don't know where this came from. Like, I mean, I understand there have been models that have been mocked up of the character where it shows like actually this is like he had the legs and the stuff. Every single shot of him in this movie, I'm looking at the way his limbs are articulated to his body, and I'm like, those are shoulders. Ergo, those are arms. And Pablo Hidalgo, respectfully, if you want to invent an entire new species for Neil so that you can duck this debate and leave the mystery, that's on your prerogative as a Lucasfilm executive, or you could just nut up and admit that Max Rebo has arms.
I was so furious when they made Neil a completely different species. I'm like, this is going to resolve it. And those bastards, they dodged it, and I'm furious. But it doesn't matter because he's not playing with his goddamn legs.
Yeah.
Oh god. But I don't know. Regardless, I love Max Rebo like I love everybody in that place, and this does feel like a good spot. Can we just
you want to? Yeah.
You have spicy feelings about this, and a sequence in which these lovely dancers appear. They are perhaps not the most controversial part of the sequence.
No, I like Rystal Sant and her companions. They're not the issue with this scene.
All right, I'm gonna be like, honest here. When I was a kid, and let's see, how old would I have been? It came out in 97, so I was about 13 years old, older than you were.
Mm-hmm.
I loved it because I was a stupid young kid, and I thought new always meant great. But now I'm like, okay, I can understand why it's loathed, and I watched the original version of the movie today, and I was quite happy to forgo that. But I'm just saying, like, as a kid, who was probably the target audience, I thought it was fun, and and obviously like enabled Lucas to do stuff that they weren't even able to dream of with the original. But it's clearly out of tone with everything else, and it's such a modern feeling. So yeah, it's better off out, but also I'm kind of happy that it exists too.
Mm-hmm.
But I've said enough. Give me your feelings on Jedi Rocks.
Well, all right. So I don't want to disappoint you by saying that like my feelings are not as spicy as they used to be. I will just note that like we've had our discussion throughout these original trilogy stream about the special editions and the changes that were made, and I feel like I have definitely been more on the side of like liking more of the changes than you have. This is an example where I'm just like as I adore almost everything Star Wars related, but even in that adoration, something has to kind of be laughed in my personal esteem when it comes to the movies, and I think I've settled on it being the Jedi Rock sequence. And it mostly, again, no disrespect to Rystal Sant or Griata Gendawian or Lin May, the dancers, or even Sai Snoodles. It's mostly Zhao Yao's and the fact that he just leaps forward and swallows the camera. And I'm just like, this is too far even for me. And obviously, like Lofty Neck, the original was like much more of like a jazz club vibe. And to be honest, like I definitely prefer Lofty Neck, but even like more so that it's just the fact that I find this to be a little bit tonally incongruous. But I do not hate it. I have definitely like, there was a time when I was mostly like, Jedi Rocks is terrible. Now I'm mostly just like, Jedi Rocks is my least favorite thing in this movie and probably in all 11 Star Wars movies, but I still recognize that Lucas, he was trying something new and it's there. It's just anytime we get Sai Snoodles like snout, like almost kissing the camera, or Zhao Yaoza leaps forward and almost swallows the camera, I'm just like, okay.
Where my present day is sort of, I will clearly acknowledge that like it's better off not in the movie, because it does not belong in 1983's Return of the Jedi. But they were also clearly limited by what they could do, particularly with Snipe Snoodles in the original film. That doesn't mean that, like, obviously the CGI upgraded version does not, that then goes to a lot of my issues with some of the special edition stuff, which is that it does not look like it belongs in a film made in 1983. And so, and also tonally, like you said, it's just like, it's such a modern thing. It's such a modern, goofy thing, which is why as a younger kid, I loved it. Yeah. But yeah, in the sort of legacy of respecting, the Star Wars trilogy, it's like that it clearly doesn't belong there. But I will say it is not my least favorite change Lucas has made to Return of the Jedi.
I know what yours is. You've mentioned it before.
Yeah, and we'll maybe talk about it a bit more, but since we've already covered some of the stuff, I will mention again, it is the addition of the no to the moment when Vader turns on the Emperor. I think that is like, it's the emotional climax of the entire trilogy, arguably the entire Star Wars saga for me. And you don't mess with perfection. And for me, it smacks of trying to tie in that moment with Vader's moment in Revenge of the Sith. And I've never liked the changes that have an aim towards like more aggressively connecting the trilogies, because I just think it feels unnatural to me. Again, going back into that thing where it just does, like, it takes it out of 1983 and like makes it this thing that doesn't belong to any time. And I feel the same way, even though I know this is perhaps in a modern context, not back in 97, or wouldn't have been 97, would have been 2004. Back then, I feel like a lot of people would have agreed with me. I feel like now it's a bit more murky, but I also, for the same reason, don't like Hayden Christensen being Anakin at the end of the movie, just because it pulls me out, to be honest. But I'm not like that. I've accepted that more so than the addition of the no moment. That for me was like, I saw that and I was like, no, I can't enjoy this movie now, because it has completely ruined what for me is the big, huge emotional climax of the entire story. And it was at that point where I was like, nope, I'm checking out of any future versions of the movie that have this in it. That's as far as I'm going to go. I don't want to go down the road that I went down with the first movie, where I just keep expressing my anger about a special edition change. Needless to say, the version I watched today did not have that. So I was a happy camper. But yeah, so I would rank that as, for me, more egregious than Jedi Rocks. But your mileage may vary.
Your mileage may vary indeed, because I do like. Yeah. I mean, I am in agreement with you on the no. Like, not to the same extent. It does not ruin that moment for me, not even close. But I do prefer the version that doesn't have it. You know, I've been on record, you know, and we did it when we did our discussion of Revenge of the Sith. I will defend Vader's no in that movie full throat, because I think it makes all the sense in the galaxy that Anakin, having lost absolutely everything in that horrible moment, including, you know, learning that he is responsible for Padme's death and has now become this monster, like, that is how you would react in that moment. You would scream in agony. And I've talked about like the Matthew Stover's novelization, getting into Anakin's thought process in that moment, how it's just some of the most beautiful writing I've seen in anything Star Wars related ever. But in this moment in Return of the Jedi, I'm like, I don't need it. You know, I preferred Vader just be silent, you know, because you get all the emotion just from the mask and the body movements.
And it's such a beautiful, it's such a, like, I mean, the moment itself is big and operatic, but it's a very subtle piece of acting, like, especially for someone from behind a mask.
Yes.
Like, it's really hard to, like, and that's not just down to David Prowse's performance, but the whole design of the Vader mask, the editing, the sound, the cinematography, the direction, like, everything is working to give us this beautiful moment of performance for the character of Vader in that moment that does not require a single word. And it's part of what I have always adored about that moment. And so when I saw that, it did feel like a middle finger to me, and so I've never been able to get over that. Like, that is my, you know, Han shot first. moments. Like I was never one of those people that got upset about the, who shoots first, because quite honestly, my familiarity with the Star Wars movies was not such in 97 that I even noticed that something had been changed with that. I had to learn about that after the fact. So that was not as big a deal for me. But yeah, the Vader no in Return of the Jedi was my Han shot first moment, because I'm like, nope, I am not okay with that. And so yeah, and the rest is history. But
yeah, it's unfortunate. I would prefer it was not there. And in the version of the movie you watch, the original version, I do think that is still the superior version for that moment. Even though like the rest, again, it doesn't ruin the moment for me. Because it's just that powerful. But as for the Hayden, Hayden Force Ghost at the end, which we'll get to, I'm sure when we talk more about the
I like it now, especially in light of Ahsoka.
Mm-hmm.
But I still prefer the original, just because Hayden does not belong in a movie from 1983, and that kind of thing. It just it bugs me. I think that's very much on an individual basis, like for the people for whom that the emotional reward of that is worth more than what should exist in a movie that was made in a certain year. For me, I just find it very distracting, and it doesn't feel right. And yet I love him being in Ahsoka.
Yes.
So yeah, it's just a personal hang up there. And but I'm not upset about it does make sense from sorry, I have to do it from a certain point of view. And like I said, that especially now that they've carried on using Hayden as Anakin post Return of the Jedi, it clearly makes a lot of sense now. But this is why all versions of the movie should be made available, because there is validity to a lot of this stuff. It shouldn't be the only version available. That's the problem.
Exactly. And I was my mixed feelings on it were always more sadness for Sebastian Stan, who Sebastian Shaw. Thank you, Sebastian Shaw. Yeah, Sebastian Stan, who once could have played Luke Skywalker if internet rumors were true. But yes, I also just rewatched Thunderbolts. That's why I have Sebastian Stan on the brain. My sadness for Sebastian Shaw, who obviously gives an incredible performance in the scene where Vader is unmasked, and then it's a lovely moment in the original. It was more just again, I had such affection for Hayden Christensen that I was, I'm happy to see him in, regardless. And I always have the more amusing headcanon of if you were an all-powerful Force ghost and can manifest yourself eternally, and you could get to spend eternity looking like Hayden Christensen, why the hell wouldn't you?
Which is why I always like to imagine Obi-Wan going typical Anakin. Gotta look young and attractive. That's why their big Rian Johnson's big reason for not going with Obi-Wan as opposed to Yoda in Last Jedi was because he thought it wouldn't feel right. I actually think it would have been kind of fun to see Ewan McGregor opposite Mark Hamill. I'm very curious about what that would have been like, but at the same time, I absolutely love that we got Yoda, especially as a puppet, back in that movie. But anyway, I digress. Yeah, no. So yeah, I'm not upset with him being in a version of it. I just, it's again, it's like I always say with the special editions. They should be the originals should be available side by side with them. So And I do want to make note in this picture of Sebastian Shaw, he has his eyebrows.
Yeah.
Which were also removed.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing where I'm just like, yeah, I get why they made that change, because obviously, you know, if you were horribly burned, you probably would lose your eyebrows too. But I'm also like, you know, that's a case where I would have been fine if they had just gone with the original.
Yeah, some of the it's some of the smaller changes that I'm just like, what? You need to let go, George. But anyway, so I think we've talked enough about the special edition stuff, but but circling back around to Jabba's Palace before we got into talking about all that, you know, and you mentioned about their plan. I would say I actually think that their plan wasn't half bad, but they didn't do nearly enough recon.
Yeah.
Because there are things that could have been avoided. But it kind of seems like this is the first time they're all going into Jabba's palace.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Luke took a field trip there when he was a young farm boy on Tatooine. I don't think Owen and Beru, you know, like took him to see, you know, the Jabba, you know, who rules the fiefdom of Tatooine. So he didn't know about the trapdoor. No, which that was like, again, like that's one of the things where it's like, I think that they had backups. I think that they had contingencies. Obviously, you know, hiding the lightsaber in R2D2 was a stroke of genius overall. But I also think, like, when Luke is tumbling down into the Rancor pit, this wasn't part of the plan, and he probably wishes he had his lightsaber.
Yeah. Can we just talk, though, about, like, Luke Skywalker in this movie, and not in terms of, like, you know, we've talked a bit about his character arc and stuff. Let's talk more superficial, just like how freaking badass Luke is in Return of the Jedi, like in a good way. I you know that, you know, badassery isn't everything, but I just, again, as a kid, I so looked up to Luke, particularly Return of the Jedi Luke. And, you know, the black attire, the green lightsaber, which, by the way, like, I don't have the blade attached right now, but I do want to say, like, I do own Luke's saber, which I got at Galaxy's Edge. And this remains my favorite Star Wars lightsaber. It just has, like, such meaning for me. And but I remember as a kid, I used to just run around outside playing with my friends with, you know, a much less expensive version of Luke's lightsaber. And like, when I thought of Luke, like, this is what I thought of, and he was my hero, and I was always playing him. And yeah, I just love how he comes in to Jabba's palace. Like, you don't know what's going on with him because there's been some time in between movies. And he's just like, he's whipping out mind control, like, left and right. And, and he's perfectly at ease. Except, you know, he's caught off guard by the trapdoor, you know. But then when they get out to the Sarlacc pit, like, he's got a plan. He's nodding to R2. He's leaping up in the air, igniting the blade, and he is just like, he is a Jedi. And and for me, that's, like, it's probably the big reason why this was my favorite when I was younger, and why I will always love this movie so much, just because this is Luke Skywalker in full unabashed hero mode, like, where he's developed into, you know, into a Jedi Knight. And yeah, I think this movie is a big reason why so many people, like, hold up Luke Skywalker as a childhood hero. You know, he's just awesome in this movie.
No, I mean, I think that, like, I mean, in many respects, like, I mean, Mark Hamill's performance throughout the original trilogy is always incredible, and I could make a case for all three movies why it's his best. You know, the case I would make for Return of the Jedi is that this is Luke at his most confident and self-assured, while also still having room for that empathy and those moments of grace and compassion. Because like part of it is just the fact that like this is the iconic Luke Skywalker look. Like we talked last week about like Princess Leia has so many different iconic Lukes. I gravitate towards the Hoth one. There's no question with Luke. It's the black outfit with the green lightsaber, you know, and yes, obviously like Mark Hamill, God bless him, brilliant actor who has had some interesting thoughts about where Luke Skywalker should have gone. You know, there's the stories that he wanted Luke to have like a ripped muscle shirt and like a mohawk in this movie. And I'm like, I don't agree, sir. But I think you look plenty badass already with just the black outfit and the green and just the intensity of this look. You know, as you saw on screen, like this is Luke is not a kid anymore. Luke is not a farm boy anymore. He is a Jedi full on, and that's one of the reasons why, like, I know one of the character reasons why they put him in all black was to show that, like, he had matured and also to introduce some doubt, like, oh no, is Luke, like, going to give into the dark side and become evil like Vader, but, like, and Palpatine. But ultimately what the function is it just shows that, like, he is much more capable. And yes, cool guys sometimes wear black. And he rocks this style. And
plus on the inside, it's actually lighter to show that actually all along, you know, he's just presenting a dark exterior.
Yeah. No, inside he is still Luke, you know, who has the big heart and you know, and is still the same compassionate character, but he has matured. He has learned the lessons from Empire, those hard-won lessons, you know, and given the fact that there's a year gap between these movies in universe, like it makes sense that after his, you know, failure at confronting Vader in Empire Strikes Back, he would have rededicated himself, you know, and one of those things that he is part of that rededication, as Vader later says, you know, I see you have constructed a new lightsaber, you know. It's important that, you know, like Luke had been using his father's old lightsaber, and now he has made his own, and that is an important step in the evolution of, you know, a Jedi Knight. And I agree that even though I think that like the Skywalker lightsaber is my favorite lightsaber in all of Star Wars, just because of the thematic weight it carries across all three trilogies, for Luke, the green's where it's at for the lightsaber.
And we talked about this before. It's like, especially like rewatching movies, I'm like, oh no, like I actually also really love the original Skywalker lightsaber because it's classic, you know, and there's just and it's the first one, so there's something very magical about the way it feels. Like I talked about at the beginning of Empire, when you see it like stuck in the snow and you see it like shaking as Luke reaches out for it. It's just, if you just look at the thing, it's so beautifully constructed and just has this nostalgic feeling to it. But then also like, but I can't help it. My personal favorite is always going to be the green one, and I really do. And part of it, like you talked about, when Vader is looking it over, we get such a great like close up look at the actual lightsaber, and I just love the design of it. You know, it's just, I don't know what it actually is about like the way it's made, but it's always just like appealed to me and been like, no, that is like my hero's lightsaber. And so yeah, I love it. And also it's another part of this like we can't not talk about it. It's got an complicated legacy, but oh boy, let's just dive in and talk about it. We'll just talk about Princess Leia in the gold bikini. Which that is not how she first comes in, actually, like full on, like, and she reigns so throughout the, all these sequences, but like she comes in full badass mode disguised as a bounty hunter, which is great. And I was actually just about to mention, we mentioned earlier about the expanded universe, Shadows of the Empire, which deals with a lot of the in-between stuff, and we're actually introduced to Leia's bounty hunter disguise in that book, and so she has this whole moment where she's going to set off an explosive in front of Jabba, and I really like that she gets a moment of respect from Boba for that, and so she sneaks in trying to save Han again, like recon, see like what the layout and what the situation is going to be. There has to be a better plan than just going in the middle of where everybody is sleeping out in the open, trying to get Han out of the carbonite, but that's okay. It's all very exciting. And so she releases him, and you got that great iconic, "Who are you? Someone who loves you." And
which is an absolutely beautiful moment, but also the source of one of the funnier memes that I enjoy from that scene, where it's like, "Who are you? Someone who loves you." Kira?
Oh God. Oh yeah, that would have been interesting. So this leads us to the Leia in the gold bikini, which was which was a thing growing up, and I'm like, oh God, George, of course we had to I don't know. I don't know what to say about it, but it was iconic, but questionable and I know as I've grown older, I'm like, did we really need to go there? But I don't know.
I mean the way I feel about this is I have to respect like it's of its time and of the time when I watched it. I will own up to the fact that when I first saw this movie at 9-10 years old, and I saw Leia, Carrie Fisher wearing that gold bikini, my thought was not the implications of like why she was wearing it and like the cruelty of Jabba to do that to her. It was, oh my God, beautiful lady in a bikini. and to be fair, like again, my perspective on that has evolved, because obviously the context, she's not choosing to wear this outfit. She is Jabba has made her his slave. He is keeping her captive. He is, kind of debasing her. And I get the sense that for a character like Leia, who is an icon to so many, like this is something that perhaps people like wouldn't want to see. And if the movie were being made today, I do not think it would be. But I will just point out that, again, I can rationalize it in the context of the story that, like, yes, one of the reasons she's wearing this outfit is because Jabba the Hutt is fucking evil. And he is taken this woman who has essentially stolen something from him, he feels, in stealing his favorite decoration, in freeing Han. He is trying to debase her and humiliate her. And so that, like, it's not like the point of the movie is like, ooh, look at Leia, like, and be titillated, which again, I think is a reaction that a lot of people have, understandably, given that Carrie Fisher's a beautiful woman. But in story, the purpose of this outfit is that Jabba is being cruel. And the way that the movie, I think, ultimately gets away with it is that it's not just there to titillate the audience, and then Leia gets away and we never talk about this again. Leia gets to kill Jabba for that. And that's why it still works.
I do feel like it's a little bit of having their cake and eating it too, where it's like, there's reason behind it, but it is also there to titillate the audience.
Yeah, I mean, that was the original intention, but now that it's there and it's going to stay there, like, I think that there's enough intentionality of the story behind it that it still works, even though I understand that, like this is not like, nowadays, like, if you have a poster of this up on your wall, like, you're going to get more questions of it than you would in 1983. But it's like, it is,
or
it
even
is iconic
1990s, even
Yeah.
1997 for that matter. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, as a 13-year-old boy, I didn't think twice about it, and I was like, ooh, pretty lady, you look great in gold bikini. But now I can also, like, see how, given the impact that Leia had and the type of character she was, and how groundbreaking she was, I'm sure this could not have felt anything less than regressive to many audience members who looked up to Leia as something different. And so it's unfortunate in that regard. But yet I'm not gonna lie, I was not nearly that altruistic. You know, when I was young, growing up watching this movie, you know, and it's inspired many a great convention cosplays. But yeah, it's, I don't know, it's definitely complicated at the very least, and which is why I like that we have. It seems like we've gone beyond that in Star Wars now. Hopefully, to at least have purpose behind. Although I say that as, like, maybe in 2002 we hadn't quite gotten there with Padme's outfit in Attack of the Clones. But that in of itself was, but that was also saying something very intentional about her state of mind. So I feel like that was, again, having your cake and eating it too. I would never have had George Lucas not create that dress. But yeah, even that was, like, now what, 23 years ago. So you know, it's inch by inch. You know, we're but it has its place in the cultural legacy. So and it's given, like, many great, like, comedic pop culture moments as well. Like, I always remember the moment from Friends when Rachel dresses up in the costume for Ross, and he starts, like, singing the Star Wars theme, going dun, 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 dun. So yeah. But yeah, it's interesting though that, like, I think you are right that it's the fact that it is there. It does have, like, story reason, and for the rest of the movie, we have Leia as she's always been. You know, you know, and her wardrobe is much more in keeping with, you know, with who she is through the rest of the saga, and even, like, beyond with the you know, the way that the Ewoks help make her up for her time on Endor, which is a great look. I love that too. Now I will just cap this off by saying again, like, I think I mentioned this on the last stream. It's like, when I actually met Carrie Fisher and I was getting her autograph, I had the opportunity to pick which picture I was going to sign, and I was like, I don't feel right about the gold bikini. I'm gonna go with her more sort of badass Empire Strikes Back Bespin look, and I think that was a right call. So
I think it was too, and I just feel like, you know, I'm not in favor of, like, erasure for that kind of kind of stuff. It's like, this is something that theoretically George Lucas could have changed in the special editions and chose not to, and I'm glad he didn't, because it is, like, part of cinema history, and it is something that, many people, many women, who like they have reclaimed it. Women who go to conventions and cosplay as Leia in, this and in this outfit. And it's not just because they're like, it's iconic. It's because ultimately of like what it represents. It's a moment where she was taken prisoner and humiliated, but ultimately she gets her revenge on this abusive, monster who made her wear this. So I think that
I think that's very powerful to have that reclaimed. And I also say, like, freaking amazing for Leia, because she does something that many people tried before and failed. Jabba had a long history of being despicable and surviving, and she took. I always love that throughout all the stuff we see Jabba up to throughout, the various stories, whether it's, he has a quick appearance in episode 1, but he's in the Clone Wars a lot. And, he has this legacy of being dastardly and doing horrible things. And then who takes him out? But Princess Leia, whom he dared to try to imprison. And that was a big mistake.
Yeah. So as Luke said, that's the last mistake you'll ever make, and even though he wasn't directly referring to, Leia's going to strangle you with her own chains, it was implied, So I think that ultimately it's a very, reaffirming moment for Leia as a character when she gets that moment. And I definitely see why a lot of people take inspiration from that as a kind of her striking back against, her abuser, because in many respects, like we've seen Leia do many things like that are very like selfless and heroic for the rebellion. But this was a case where she was personally wronged, and she made sure that, Jabba would never get to do this to anyone else ever again, and that's another reason why, like, the character of Ula, the one who was in her place before, like, she's there obviously to foreshadow the Rancor, but also she's there to foreshadow like what has undoubtedly happened to so many women before Leia, and Leia made sure it would never happen again, at least at Jabba's hands.
I also want to just add, as it relates to Ula, a little funny anecdote for me, which is, I've talked before about how time plays tricks on us, and when the special editions came out, I was like, oh my god, the original Star Wars is 20 years old. It's old. Which I feel differently about that now. But also, like, Return of the Jedi was only like 13 years old, or 14 years old. But it would have been 13 when they shot the new material with the actress who plays Ula, because they actually shot new material for when she tumbles down into the pit. And I remember thinking at the time, like, how are they making her look, like she did all the way back when these movies were made? And now, like, it was only 13 years. So yeah, I just think it's funny from a kid's perspective. That's a really long time, and now it's like, no, actually, we don't look that much different after a little over 10 years. So but yeah, okay, so let's moving on, talking about, I do want to talk about Han, and we can sort of use this as a springboard to talk about him throughout the movie as well. Like, he's released from the carbonite, and this feeds a bit into Harrison Ford's like commentary that maybe he feels like he wasn't really needed after Empire, and maybe he should have been killed off. But I love the fact that, like, Han is just almost purely comic relief in this movie, and I've always sort of loved that. I just like, just right off the bat, Luke's crazy, can't even take care of himself, much less rescue anybody. A Jedi Knight, I'm out of it for a little while, and everybody gets delusions of grandeur. And
I would always love that turn of phrase, which actually 3PO had said it to R2 back in Empire, but it always feels like it belongs to Han, just because, he says it with just such, such verve, and always, like, all of his lines throughout this sequence, the whole, like, Luke, like, how we doing? Same as always? That bad, huh?
And then when they're talking about tossing them into the pit, and he says, "Oh, that doesn't sound so bad." There you will be learn a new definition of pain and suffering as you are slowly digested over 1,000 years. On second thought, let's pass on that one, huh? Yeah, and then all his stuff, like during the actual fight on the sail barge, where like the moment where he, and oh god, we did have a whole conversation about Boba Fett. Now he's dispatched in this movie, and the reasons for why there was an uproar about that, at least among like a small group of people. But I just love the fact that's just a moment of like Chewie saying something to Han and him going, Boba Fett, where? And I love Han in this, because this is just like, he's been through hell, and he's just like basically like, but he's ready to help out now. Like, he's gone through his like phase of like acting like he doesn't care, but he's fully in it now, so he's just there to help and do his part and stand by his friends, and I think that's great. Just a couple of choice moments, and when we can dive in like deeper to some stuff throughout the movie if you want, but I just like a couple of moments that I really want to like highlight is, I love when the 3PO is telling their story to the Ewoks, and it gets to the part where he's talking about Han being put in carbonite, and the little Ewok just comes up next to him and starts hugging his leg. And then after that, and then when he starts telling 3PO, it's like, how far is it? Ask him. Oh, we need our weapons back. See about some more supplies. It's like, hurry up, Willie. I haven't got all day.
And his exasperation with 3PO in general in the Golden Gods thing. He's like, well, why don't you use your divine influence and get us out? I'm begging your pardon, General Solo. That just wouldn't be proper. Proper? It's against my programming to impersonate deity. Why you? Yeah, so good. So good.
Like, there's a thing about, and I want to say this this is by no means like, an insult to any of the actors, like, because I think and Harrison Ford is like, being very broad with the comedy in a way that I think works wonderfully, but this is not necessarily the movie of subtle performances that Empire Strikes Back was. and I think that works for the movie, but especially in the case of Han, he's just like you just mentioned, when he says, he goes, proper. It's just, it's so much fun. But I am like, having said that, like, I don't think that this is the, like, Han does not get, and more importantly, Harrison does not get the dramatic material that he got in Empire Strikes Back, which is actually why I'm really glad that for that reason, at least, that we got Force Awakens, because I think that gave him the opportunity to really dive into some great stuff that perhaps was a bit more satisfying to him as an actor to close out Han's story, and especially to end in Rise of Skywalker with that scene between him and Ben. So, which is not a knock on any of his stuff in this movie, but like I said, he is playing more sort of broad comedy in this more so than he was playing, especially in the last film.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I mean, ultimately, that's kind of because that's what the movie, needs, and and I do think that there's a direction part of it, like Irvin Kershner was directing The Empire Strikes Back. This movie is directed by Richard Marquand, who I think does an admirable job, but also George Lucas had a much more of an influence on this movie than he did on Empire, because he was kind of able to. He had more power than Richard Marquand did, whereas Irvin Kershner was George Lucas's teacher and can kind of, do what he wanted. But with respect to Han's character in this movie, like what I think ultimately his story is kind of showing is that like the most important thing that kind of happens in this early section of the movie at Jabba's palace is that they come back for Han, That was not something that he necessarily would have, his life would have led him to expect. Obviously, he is, he's fallen in love with Leia. He has a very close bond with Luke. He has saved Luke twice, as he now points out. But he never, there is some part of him, I think, that never really expected that they would come back for him. And then they do. And then that moment when, they successfully save him, and it's not an on-screen moment because obviously we're with Luke in the X-Wing, but when he tells Luke, "Hey, Luke, thanks for coming after me. Now I owe you one." And he says it, with his classic, Han, kind of wry, smile, and Luke smiles at it, but he means it sincerely. And it's telling that, like, after this moment, like, now that his debt to Jabba has been cleared and his friends have come back for him, this is Han all in. He truly believes now. He is here, with the rebellion, and he is going to fight to the end. And it's one of the reasons, one of my favorite moments in the movie is when they're in the briefing on Home One, and they're talking about the strike team that's going to go down to Endor, and Han's leading it, and then, or actually but it's not been revealed yet. And when Leia's asking, "I wonder if they found to pull that off. General Solo, is your strike team assembled?" And the look that Leia just turned, she's like, "Ah."
Which, by the way, I just want to say I absolutely love, I love how quickly everybody gets promoted in Star Wars. I don't remember what was Han's rank in Empire?
He was a captain. Captain
Solo. Okay, so he gets up to which, granted, with all the stuff he does in Empire, like maybe that's enough to earn, but promotion to general. But then the real stunner is that Lando got a promotion to general too. I love it. I'm not criticizing it at all, but I do find it funny. I also remember finding it really funny that and again, there were 3 years between Star Wars and Empire, but that it starts off and it's like you got General Skywalker, or was he only Commander?
He was Commander Skywalker.
Okay, all right, but in this they're all generals. But yeah, no, I love it. It's but also, speaking of higher ups, we get some really interesting faces, and gonna go ahead, and I meant to grab a picture of her, but I don't have one. We get our very first appearance ever by Mon Mothma.
Yep.
In this film, a quick appearance, but she makes an impression as apparently the only other woman in the galaxy other than Leia at this
Don't
point.
don't disrespect Torrent Far like that. I'm kidding. Obviously, it is one of the things about the original Star Wars trilogy that is not aged well. Is that basically Eric, that other than Leia, there's only like, there's Beru in A New Hope, there's Torrent Far in Empire, and there's Mon Mothma, and some of the characters like Ula in Jabba's palace in Return of the Jedi. It's like that's not the balance that you would want, and obviously that has been corrected with future Star Wars storytelling. But it is telling that like Mon Mothma, even in this movie, it's clear she's the leader. She is the leader of the rebellion. And she's portrayed by Caroline Blackiston here, and it's telling that like, yes, given that we've gotten to spend so much more time with Genevieve O'Reilly's version of Mon in Rogue One and Andor and the deleted scenes from Revenge of the Sith. Obviously, we have recontextualized things now, but like I still think that Caroline Blackiston gives a very subtle and wonderful performance in her one scene. There's a reason that the whole many Bothans died to bring us this information has left such a mark with the fandom, and it's because it's clear that she is haunted by it. Something terrible.
So much to the point that when people didn't have their Death Stars straight, back when Rogue One came out, everybody was like, why is the crew all humans? I thought they were supposed to be Bothans who died. And it's like, no, that's the second Death Star. But and also it's like, we've gotten so much of Genevieve O'Reilly now. There's a wealth of material for Mon, but this is like, but the couple of lines that she gets in this movie were basically the basis from which Genevieve O'Reilly initially like built the performance of Mon, and for as brief as it is, I think it, like, her delivery of her lines, it just gives you so much to dive into. It's actually, it's so much more than you necessarily needed to deliver there, but it just does a great job. It kind of reminds me of the way that Alec Guinness performed lines in the original Star Wars when talking like about the Clone Wars, and there was just and talking about Anakin, and there was like so much depth there to where you could wring so much out of that. And I feel like the same is true of Mon Mothma's lines in this movie, where on the surface of it, she's just sort of describing what's the word I'm looking for? God, my mind's going blank. Exposition. That's what I was saying. But there's so much behind those words, and it gave Genevieve O'Reilly so much to latch onto and to expand upon, and now Mon is one of the most like amazing characters in all of Star Wars, with so much depth. And I also love the fact that with a lot of like casting things in Star Wars, initially Genevieve O'Reilly got hired to play the young Mon Mothma, in Revenge of the Sith and the deleted scenes, but now she has just become Mon Mothma, playing both before and after this moment in Return of the Jedi, which I love that the character has continued on and been expanded out like that. But it all starts here, and even though it's quick, it left an impression even back then.
Yeah. No, I mean she definitely, like, for a one scene character at the time, she made an indelible, mark. And yes, when it comes to the Bothans, like Lucasfilm has been very, very coy about ever showing them, in live action. I do think we will see them one day. In expanded universe canon, they were famously like lion horse people, as Force Center like this to say. So we had a depiction of them there, and I would hope that they would do something similar if they ever do depict them in live action. But for now, I think that they're kind of enjoying just playing with the ambiguity of it. But yes, if we ever get Rogue 2, I'm sure we'll get the Bafta. But yeah.
But only, sorry, when you said that, all I could hear was Tony Gilroy going, Rogue 2?
There is no Rogue 2. Well, there is now.
And then I also want to mention, there's Nadine. We don't get that much from him.
The thing, I don't disrespect Nadine like that. I love the, like, yes, he only has the one scene, and like he has his pointer, which his figure came with, so people latch onto that, and he has his stuck-on beard, so it's easy to make him the butt of the joke. He's General Crix Nadine, and like the people who have like invented stories for him, like Force Center likes to joke that he and Mon Mothma are having a torrid affair behind the scenes, which I'm not opposed to, given the fact that, Perrin is kind of in the off.
No. Oh, wait. We don't even want to go down that road. I think I said this before. When I was younger, my best friend, when I was younger, we used to play out like Star Wars stories that took place like after Return of the Jedi, and I was not as like familiar with the expanded universe as they were, but what I'm about to describe had nothing to do with the expanded universe, but some of the invented storylines were very soap opera-ish. There was a love triangle between Han, Leia, and Mon Mothma. Yeah. so like nothing would surprise me. But no, where I was leading was no disrespect there, but I want to mention, make sure that we mention Admiral Akbar. Which I will say, when I was growing up watching these movies, I had no idea that that it's a trap was such a big, huge thing. Because I was not one for like picking out what might become a meme. Yeah. Back before memes were even a thing. But I would come to learn. But like I just love the fact that we get Admiral Akbar and what's his race? Mon Calamari. And sorry guys, after a couple hours, all my Star Wars lore knowledge goes out the window. But just the fact that we got them here, and like a character with such a prominent role in this final battle, like it's really out there for a movie, and we take it for granted now. But it's just so wild that this fish guy just stands up and starts, talking about the attack, and I love it. But it's like I do wonder what it was like for people when this movie came out. It's just like, what's this giant fish dude?
Yeah, it's the beautiful pulpy weirdness of the Star Wars galaxy that like the most renowned military officer in the Rebel Alliance at this point is a giant, fish squid guy, which, and I really think that, it has a thematic point of the fact that like, it's not directly stated throughout like the movies and stuff, but the Empire definitely has a human bias. There's a reason that like it's so notable that the character like Grand Admiral Thrawn, who, if Ahsoka season 2 reports are believed, we'll be seeing face off with Admiral Akbar, which will be awesome. It's part of like it's incredibly hard for non-humans to rise through the ranks of the Empire, but the Rebel Alliance welcomes all. And obviously Mon Cala has suffered tremendously at the hands of the Empire, and so it's telling that Admiral Akbar is, has decided to lend his talents to the fight. And yes, it's easy to reduce him to the like it's a trap meme, but like it's similarly there are great moments of performance from this guy, in the suit, like when they take down the executor and Admiral Akbar just kind of like everyone else around him is cheering and he kind of just like slumps back in his chair and closes his eyes because he is so relieved, but he also recognizes just like what a terrible cost is unfolding before them. But he is, he has seen a lot, in his life. We get him in Clone Wars. He was fighting all the way back then. So it's a character that like he's not just a funny joke. Like he actually has a history, and obviously he comes back in the sequel trilogy too. And I do kind of have some feelings about the way he was dispatched in that movie, but regardless, I think that he has a rich legacy in this history.
Oh, we will talk about that when we get to our discussion of that movie. And like, I feel like it was a little unfair to see him go that way. And like, I as much as I'm annoyed by the people who are, who use Akbar to, to sort of prop up their resentment against female characters, in the form of Admiral Holdo. I'm equally, like, maybe not equally, but almost equally annoyed by the people who are like pro dispatching Akbar in that way because they thought the message of the movie was kill the past.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no,
nope.
No, that's not, that's not the movie. But anyway, we'll get to that at a later date. But no, I was just going to say, yeah, it is unfortunate that Akbar gets reduced to the meme of it's a trap. But what I like is that the legacy of Akbar leads us to not only the Mon Cala stuff that we see throughout like Clone Wars and even in beyond Clone Wars, but also like Raddus in Rogue One. That is a character who is not treated in any way, shape, or form as a punchline or a joke or anything. He has really dramatic scenes, and he's taken completely seriously, both by people in the movie and by the audience. And I think we talked about this when we did our Rogue One discussion about the fact that, for as much as like, the Rogue One Andor, stories sort of get painted as, not having as much pulp and, and maybe not as many outlandish characters. The fact that you can have a character like Raddus who exists in that aesthetic of Rogue One and Andor and fits completely and is able to, dramatically be right at home with all these other characters, but still be incredibly pulpy. It's it's a giant fish giving orders. It's like, that is so great. And I think that's, and so, but you don't get there without Akbar, and so it'll be really interesting to see if if he is going to be in Ahsoka season 2. I think that's great. I'm really looking forward to seeing what we get, more so than if he was popping up in, say, The Mandalorian, because I think Filoni has a tendency to treat his characters a bit more seriously than Favreau does. I'll leave that for another time. But I think it'll be really fun, especially like, to see him if he's going to go up against Thrawn, and the fact that they are both like, and how does Thrawn feel about I'm sure he's perfectly at home by this point with being an alien race in the Empire, or what's left of the Empire. But I would like to see, like, on screen him making some comment about how different he is from the rest of the Empire, especially when facing off against like another, someone who's not humanoid. So that would be interesting. I hope they make something of that, because I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, and I'm very glad. Again, it's not confirmed, but it certainly sounds likely, because I think they did a teaser at Star Wars Celebration for it. But yeah, like this actually has its roots in the original Thrawn trilogy from the expanded universe, that Grand Admiral Thrawn recognized that Admiral Akbar was such a capable, warrior and adversary, that he actually launched a nefarious plot to have him framed for like a crime for treason and taken off the board so that he could wage his campaign. And eventually Akbar got cleared, but it was a thought Thrawn recognizing, oh no, Admiral Akbar is a dangerous opponent, and let's take him off the moon. But yeah, but in this movie, again, it's just he's the leader there, and I think it's a much more effective choice to have him be the military commander than someone like Maydeen. All respect to Maydeen. And so yeah, I love the character. I will note, on an amusing note, I have never, ever since I noticed it, I have never been able to unsee the fact that the Mon Cala have basically human feet and human boots in this movie, when in the Clone Wars they have flippers, and I'm like, how does that work? I just have to accept it.
Damn it, I really hope I forget you said that.
Yeah.
Because and if I don't, screw you for ruining that for me.
No. I mean, like, but it's clear, like, he has giant flipper hands. You would think he would have giant flipper feet in the Clone Wars. They do, and then you look at the movie and you're like, oh, they're walking around with human beings. It was 1983. It happened.
Okay, so I think this is one of those occasions where we've went far too long without doing the mid-roll. I really hope this isn't the middle of the stream. I hope we're past that, but yeah, let's go ahead and just do the mid-roll. It won't be much of one, because we're going to be taking a little hiatus soon. So I'll just announce that next week we're doing the 25th anniversary discussion of the original X-Men film. And then, and then we'll be taking some time off. We have a week marked down. I'll be completely honest, and we can talk about this, Jared. I might want to take 2 weeks just to recharge, if that's okay with you. Of course, we can always discuss that as we go along. If I feel like after that first weekend off, if that's enough, maybe we can talk about it again. But I have been feeling like I'm out of energy, so we might want to go ahead and give ourselves a couple weeks maybe. But in any case, when we come back, we've got a lot of nice ideas for streams. Not saying these will necessarily all be the ones that we do in this next stretch, but some stuff we've floated around. Obviously, we're going to work our way back around to the 25th anniversary of The Patriot. We also both really want to talk about the movie Sinners. And then I think we're also going to go ahead and talk about Thunderbolts. Which it sounds like you cracked and you got the digital version. Did you?
Well, my family bought it my parents bought it, and I watched it over at their house. So I no regrets. I love that movie. I think it's risen up the ranks. I actually think it's one of my favorite MCU movies, just full stop now. But
I only say because I know you said you're gonna buy it on Blu-ray.
Oh, it's already ordered. So yes,
yeah.
Like that was a case where it's just like, I'm not gonna say no to the opportunity to watch it again. That's not a habit that I get into with buying both the digital and the Blu-ray, but I also I'm getting the nice one. I'm getting the Steelbook version of it, so it'll still be worthwhile.
Yeah, no, that goes under the category of movies that I am going to get the digital version of when the price goes down.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to pay $30 for a digital
That,
copy. But I will pay 20. So that's reasonable. So yeah, looking forward to that because I agree. I think it's one of the best MCU movies they've done, and it deserves so much more success. I'm really annoyed that it seems like it did not do very well. But we can talk about that when we discuss the film. We're also I've pushed for a anniversary stream of Batman Forever,
I'm on board.
so that I can wag my fingers and my finger in front of all your faces watching and tell you actually that no, when the movie came out, it was an enormous success and people really actually loved the movie. You all just have selective memory. And then we might also I don't know if this will be in the next batch or not, but you got me to recently watch the anime film Your Name, and I think we will that is probably in our future to discuss. So and I'm looking forward to watching that one again as well. Because I could have gone without spending as much as I had to spend at Barnes and Noble to buy it, but I don't regret adding it to my collection because I think that's a movie that I will probably go back to quite often.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm happy you watched it. Happy you loved it. Happy to talk about it at some point on the channel. But yeah, as you said, like we've been going we've done a lot of streams already this year. We've got big plans for the rest of the year too. So if you end up feeling like we need to take more than a week off, I'm open to that. We'll talk about that after.
Yeah, it's just at a certain point I just run out of energy and I'm like, no, I need I need some time off. So yeah, I am just looking at the anniversaries for the rest of the year, and
we're not going to get to all of them this year, but if there are
a few. Yeah, that's probably we are definitely going to, when November rolls around, we are going to be doing the Pride and Prejudice 20th anniversary, as well as talking about the 1995 miniseries version, which I'm very excited about. And I do think I want to fit in. I think if there's one other anniversary stream that I really want to make sure that we fit in, and we probably will fit in more than one, but I think the other big one for me is I would love to talk about Carol with you. Which I have discussed before on the channel. And for those of you who are fans of that movie, I got to, it was one of my very first streams early on. And still probably one of my favorites. So, so check that out. And yeah, so I think that's about it. We can go back to discussing Return of the Jedi. Anything else you want to mention?
We'll update you once we actually have definitive dates for all this stuff, but for now, the only definitive dates that are set are that next week will be the 25th anniversary of X-Men, and then the following week, July 20th, definitely will be off, and then we will keep you apprised. But we're not going away for like a long time. We just might take a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, it'll be 2 weeks at maximum. And then we'll be back after that. Yeah, the only other thing, since we are in the mid-roll, and this is usually when I do show and tell, I showed off my Empire Laserdisc last time, so I have the Return of the Jedi one right here. And no, I can't play it, but I do so love having those in my collection.
That doesn't take up too much space. It's a cool, and I do love that that art that was on the original version of the VHS copies that I had with with the Vader and Luke and Yoda, which actually, if we're getting back into talking about the movie, I actually think a good place to start might be Yoda and his final scenes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go there. There's a character who shows up after the scene with Yoda, who you know definitely has to do with the pulp of Star Wars. But let's go ahead and talk about Yoda first. Just like I'm first just gonna, I mentioned it last time. I'm gonna say the line again. When 900 years old, you reach look as good, you will not. One of my favorite lines in all of Star Wars. I love him so much.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I think that this is one of those things that, like, even though it's not the huge part of the movie, it's just, it has so much emotional power because the character of Yoda left such a impression on Empire Strikes Back. And it's telling that, Luke had, when he left Dagobah to go save his friends, he did make a promise to Yoda, I will return, I promise. And Yoda, like, was worried that might not come to pass because he was going to confront Vader and he wasn't ready for it. But Luke survived, and now he is fulfilling that promise. And it's, one of the things that, like, obviously, losing the mentor figure is part of a hero's natural evolution. We went through that in A New Hope with Obi-Wan, passing into the Force, and now it's Yoda's time. In the year that Luke has been gone, Yoda has aged. He has gotten ill, and now he is about to pass into the Force himself. And it's, this is one of the few instances in all of Star Wars where the character is going to die a natural death. In that respect, it's kind of reminiscent of in Game of Thrones, like Maester Aemon, and I love that as well. But I just have always loved the way that they've staged this scene, that, like, Luke comes back because he had promised Yoda he would finish his training. And then he finds that Yoda is, like, very close to death. And he just has the line, he's like, Master Yoda, you can't die. And it's almost a very childlike, and Yoda's response is one of my just favorite lines, the beautiful, strong am I with the Force, but not that strong. Twilight is upon me, and soon night must fall. I've always just found that to be such a beautiful representation of
which feels like a good opportunity for me to start bringing in the John Williams mentions. Because the music under that moment is just, it's so beautiful. And yeah, just like the soft way he says, strong am I with the Force, but not that strong. Yeah, it's just, oh God, it's so great. And you get, like, and this is where, like, again, sometimes you can't help but bring in those moments from all the other Star Wars storytelling that we've been privy to. Just when you think of everything that Yoda's been through, and just, and you have this Jedi Master who's seen it all, but now his time is at an end, and it's his time to rest. And he's done everything within his power that he can, but now he has to trust to this next generation. And he's just hoping that he's done things to the best of his abilities, but he's got one more surprise in store for him before he heads out the door, so to speak. And that's Vader revealed to Luke that he was his father. And like, that moment is always, like, it really hit me when, of course, we talked last week about the sort of comedy of, is Darth Vader my father? Rest, I need rest. And then Yoda, I must know. Your father, he is. And then the look on Luke's face, and then he says, told you, did he? Yes. unfortunate this, or unexpected this is, and unfortunate. Unfortunate that I know the truth. No, unfortunate that you rushed to face him. That incomplete was your training. That not ready for the burden were you. I'm sorry. And like that's the moment when Luke just sort of realizes that he should have listened to Yoda and realizing sort of the futility of what he tried to do in Empire. And but also and I've said this before, like there's nothing, like Luke could not have stayed on Dagobah. That's not in his nature. He had to go through that. He had to, in order to be who he is in Return of the Jedi, he had to go through that experience in Empire Strikes Back of facing his father. Mm-hmm. And, you know, Yoda may feel that that was unfortunate, but that actually was a pretty critical part of Luke's journey. Yeah. And it's natural that Yoda would want him to be spared that, but also it's like those hardships that we go through, as much as we hate to admit it, those are the things that form who we are. And we need to, you know, we need to go through the most, I mean, the truth is, a lot of people don't like to hear this necessarily, but sometimes it is the hardest moments in our life that we have no choice but to go through and endure in order to become who we're going to be. It's not pleasant. It would be better if life wasn't that way, but I think in a lot of cases it's true. And so, yeah, without his experience in Empire, Luke would not be who he needs to be in this film. But I just love that exchange between him and Luke. I think that, and it's interesting that Yoda comes to even beyond death. He realizes that, as he tells Luke in The Last Jedi, Luke, we are what they grow beyond. That is the burden of all masters. And so Yoda is trying, like Obi-Wan, they're trying their best, but there's a realization that they have shortcomings, that those they have to entrust the future to will hopefully grow beyond. And I think both Yoda and Obi-Wan are at this place where they can't see fully what, the purpose behind what Luke is going to endeavor to do in this movie. And it is unfortunately their shortcoming, but Luke is going to press on and do what he believes is right. And he's going to do right by his family, by his father. And he hasn't been through all the stuff that Obi-Wan and Yoda went through. And like so many things in life, it's sometimes when you're not weighed down by the burden of things that have all the things that have gone wrong, you have this optimism that you can achieve certain things. And I think that, especially in the case of Obi-Wan, he's been through so much pain as it relates to Anakin. He can't even at this point fathom that there is something to save with Anakin, but Luke does. And so I think that's it's really affecting story of how we look up to our mentors, especially if you're a young kid watching these movies. You like to look up to your mentors as people with the answers. Mm-hmm. But in this movie, they don't have all the answers for Luke. Yeah. And he has to trust himself to see things through.
Yeah, and I think that trust is really the operative word there, because, when Yoda, was warning Luke not to leave, in that, in Empire Strikes Back, it was because on some fundamental level, he didn't trust, he didn't believe that Luke would be able to handle it. He was really worried that Luke would be broken by this knowledge and that he might fall or he would be killed. But Luke did survive. He did come back. And Yoda recognizes that. Yoda sees that. Yoda sees that he has grown, he has matured, he has learned. And it's telling to me that, like, even though Luke comes back to complete the training and Yoda recognizes he's not going to be able to finish it, but he doesn't say that, you know, he tells Luke what he needs and what he believes, which is no more training do you require. Already know you, that what you need. Which I think is just such a powerful idea that, yes, maybe Luke hasn't passed the master grade lightsaber course or the obstacle course that under a traditional Jedi trial he would need to, but he has the heart of a Jedi. He has what he needs to take this final test, which, as Yoda tells him, one thing remains. Vader, you must confront Vader. Then and only then a Jedi will you be. He's telling Luke that thing that I told you not to do earlier, I recognize that this is something that fate and destiny is leading you to, because this is your choice. You know, you were not going to be able, you want to do, confront Vader again. You want to, try to save your father. I don't know if that's possible, but I know that you have to do it. And I think that that's, even though Yoda himself may not believe that Luke can save Anakin at this juncture, it's telling that he recognizes, you're going to do this. You need to do this. I trust you to do this. Luke is the last of the Jedi at this point, as he says, and it's a terrible risk for him to go and confront Vader and his Emperor. That's another thing that, like, when Yoda's giving him that final round of advice, one of the things he tells him, Luke, do not underestimate the powers of the Emperor or suffer your father's fate. You will. And implied in that is also the knowledge from the prequels that Yoda, in many respects, underestimated the powers of the Emperor when he allowed Palpatine to kind of rise politically, but when he went to confront him himself. He was trying to end it then and there, and he failed. But now, and so he knows how incredibly dangerous Darth Sidious is, but he also knows they have to be stopped, and Luke is the one to do it. And at this point, he has proven enough to Yoda that you are our last hope, other than there is another. There is Leia. And he trusts, that Luke will ultimately do the right thing. And it's, again, one of the reasons why it's so powerful at the end that we get to see all three of them. We get to see Luke, Obi-Wan and Yoda and Anakin. And there's a little moment where we see, Obi-Wan and Yoda look over at Anakin, and it's silent, but it's a recognition that, like, Luke, you did something that even we didn't believe you could do. You truly are, like, what you grew beyond us, as the idea in the Jedi comes back to. So,
yeah, I just love that so much, and and it doesn't even really need to be said, but Frank Oz just does such another masterful job, puppeteering Yoda and voicing the character, and it's really beautiful. And we already talked a little bit about Obi-Wan, but I've always just loved that moment when, after Yoda dies and Luke comes out there and he says, I can't do it, R2. I can't go on alone. And the way the music is going and it sort of crescendos, and then you hear, Yoda will always be with you. Obi-Wan. Music cut out, and you just hear the sound of the animals in the trees, and then ghostly, Obi-Wan walking out, and then that great accusatory, why didn't you tell me? You told me Vader betrayed and murdered my father. Your father was seduced by the dark side of the Force. He ceased to be Anakin Skywalker and became Darth Vader. When that happened, the good man who was your father, was destroyed. And wait for it. So what I told you was true from a certain point of view, which we all accept that now, but really, it is such a dickish thing to say.
Yeah, well, Obi-Wan always had that a little bit of that sass to him. You know, it's I agree. I mean, like, it's become one of the most important thematic ideas in the entire Star Wars, you know, history. So, like, obviously, you know, it has that emotional weight, but it is also, you know, it is like, it's like, yes, but also, but you know,
I do love Luke's response of a certain point of view.
Yeah, no, but Obi-Wan, you know, like, again, the reason it works is Obi-Wan goes on to justify it, like, when Luke, you're going to find that many of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our own point of view.
No, it is a great idea, and I love it, but I also just want to appreciate the hilarity behind Luke being like, what the hell, dude?
No, it works because it is funny, but it also has meaning behind it, you know.
Yeah, and it has so much resonance now, especially throughout the storytelling. I mean, I'll go on record and just say that confrontation between Vader and Obi-Wan at the end of Obi-Wan Kenobi is just like so amazing and has forever like shaped how I view like their dynamic in this time period, and you know, and the heartbreak that Obi-Wan goes through in that scene, and how that leads Obi-Wan to where he is now, and this is the reason why he doesn't believe that there's anything left of his friend. And so it's, you know, there's reason for why Obi-Wan feels the way he does, but that's the thing, he's been so emotionally scarred by everything that he can't possibly see beyond that. But it's not for him to do, it's for Luke.
No, and this is, again, another example of, you know, where Luke has grown beyond Yoda and Obi-Wan, even though he still treasures and values them immensely as mentors and their advice. Because even in this scene, when after he when he learns that Leia is his sister, you know, what's the next piece of advice that Obi-Wan gives to him? Bury your feelings deep down, Luke. They do you credit, but they could be made to serve the Emperor. And like, Luke respectfully does the opposite. You know, he leads with his feelings, he leads with his love in that scene, and that was the right choice. And again, that's another example of where Obi-Wan and Yoda have to ultimately recognize that this is why we were right to, you know, put our trust and our faith in this young man who has done the impossible. It is so ultimately, like, I mean, it's one of the best scenes in the entire franchise, this conversation between Obi-Wan and Luke. And again, just wonderful, so wonderful that Alec Guinness, again, came back for all three of these movies and was like a recurring touchstone, you know, throughout them, because he is the character who, in many respects, embodied, you know, wisdom and the true Jedi path in the original Star Wars movie. And here he is recognizing that legacy now belongs to Luke. And even though he himself carries the scars of the past and has, in many respects, you know, not fully regained the hope that he needs, you know, he has succeeded because he has passed on that knowledge to Luke, and Luke will in turn, you know, go on to not only to defeat the Emperor and Vader in his own way, but then to pass that knowledge on to others. And so this is why the Jedi Order survives.
Yeah, and I just want to take a moment to appreciate the fact that this picture actually shows Alec Guinness on set rather than as the disembodied Obi-Wan. We get in the movie, and it's like, oh, yeah, that's right, Alec Guinness is actually there filming scenes with Mark Hamill.
Exactly.
But see, and also when you're talking about, like, this is another reason why I wouldn't have been against seeing Obi-Wan in The Last Jedi, because especially if he was being played by Ewan McGregor, because I kind of really want to see Obi-Wan again after the redemption of Anakin.
Yeah.
And just see how are you feeling, man? Like, have you gotten, that, like, that spark that you lost has, and we did a little bit of that in the actual series Obi-Wan Kenobi. Once he's able to let go of Anakin and focus on Luke, he gets some hope back, but there's still a lot of it that has died, as evidenced by this scene, the fact that he has no faith that Anakin can ever be brought back. And so I would just love to check in with him, after what he considered to be impossible actually happens. There's room for him, and, like, in a world between worlds, vision.
No, I again, this is where I'm putting all my faith in Dave Filoni and Ahsoka season 2, and I don't know how much of the world between worlds, more this, things we're going to get in that series, but it seems like there's going to be some of it, and I would absolutely love to see not only, Hayden Christensen's confirmed is coming back, Ewan McGregor is rumored. They both had relationship with Ahsoka, so it makes sense. But also, yeah, it would be it would be great to see Ewan McGregor's version of Obi-Wan, and thinking, like, actually, you know what, Anakin, I wasn't sure about it on Endor, but I gave some thought, and I am going to try out the younger version of myself as the Force goes. I think.
Yeah. Well, no, like, and I think he would definitely appear that way if it's just like him and Anakin chatting, as Force ghosts. No, and I will say, I'm going to sidetrack here just for a moment, because this is not the Ahsoka discussion. We've had that, but I've talked before about how, like, I'm so intrigued by this concept of how they've developed the concept of the Force ghosts, and, like, how, like, active they can be as characters in storytelling, whereas before they were just like visions who our main characters would see from time to time. But, like, seeing Anakin in the first season of Ahsoka, I'm like, no, like, Anakin feels like an active, like, he can be a more active participant. Like, I'm actually like, and maybe there's speculation about this. I don't read what all the Star Wars fans are speculating about, but it would just be so cool if, like, part of the story of the Ahsoka series is Anakin taking his place as the father, fulfilling the Mortis prophecy, in that way, beyond just what he's already done, and like the idea that he can have, like, and he gets a little bit of it in season 1, though it's mostly to sort of facilitate Ahsoka's arc. But if he actually had, like, a post death character arc for the second season of Ahsoka, like, that would just so be beyond anything that I would have thought possible at a certain point. And I just think that would be so cool, to see that the character, may have died, but he's not done, but his story is not finished. Yeah. And like I said, we've already gotten a bit of that with season 1 of Ahsoka. I just think it's sort of a really cool breaking of the rules of what was once thought possible with these characters, where it's like we've established that they've done this incredibly powerful thing of being able to, join the Force after death. And what if that enables them to be more than just, occasionally haunting living characters, but there's actually more for them to do. And I just think that would be cool. So I'm very anxious to see what Filoni has in store for Anakin in season 2, and maybe other characters. Like, yeah, I absolutely think, like, give us the dream team back. You know, like bring Obi-Wan in, and you know, and freaking bring Padme. I don't care, like we said, whatever they have to, like, whatever reason like you said, they already did the Han thing, so like there's precedent for like non-Jedi people showing up after death. Like, yeah, just imagine, like like Ewan McGregor, Hayden Christensen, Natalie Portman, and Rosario Dawson all sharing the screen in Ahsoka season 2. Like, that would be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I have to like consciously put my keep my expectations in check, because if I allow myself to dwell on it too much, it will just run wild, and then I will be disappointed if it doesn't happen. But it's like, come on, yeah, like Dave, this is your show. You can do whatever the hell you want. We know how much you love the prequels and just like, again, pick up the phone and call Natalie Portman. She will answer.
Oh God, I know. And sorry, everybody. This is I veered off topic. We're talking about other stuff now, but I just like, but you know, we're talking about Force ghosts and stuff. So I just had to speculate there, and we already did our Ahsoka season 1 stream. So like, so I needed to sneak it in here. But yeah, okay. So I'm actually going to save the character that I just talked about for just a little bit, because I think that's a really great way to segue into our final section of the discussion. First, before we get to creepy space wizard, let's make sure that we talk about this adorable little guy, Warwick Davis.
He's so young in that picture. I always, it always like continuously blows my mind that like, yet like he was a literal child when he was giving this performance.
Yeah. Yeah. I love Wicket so much. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't even care. I don't care one bit what other people have to say about the Ewoks. I freaking adore the Ewoks. I love them so much. And I just like, when Wicket first shows up on screen with that John Williams Ewok theme, you know, ta-da, 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 and just like the way he's so like standoffish against Leia, and then she offers him food, and he's like, ta-da, ta-da. You're a jittery little thing, aren't you? I love these guys so much, but in particular Wicket. I wish that, like, obviously there were the Ewok movies, which I remember watching as a kid, but I wish that within Star Wars we could have gotten like so much more of Warwick Davis as Wicket. You know, he showed up for the tail end of Rise of Skywalker. I would have loved to see him in that movie much more, play like a big role in it. I think we've actually gotten far too little Ewoks in Star Wars storytelling, even though, you know, they had their own cartoon, we had the Ewok movies, but they never quite gelled with Star Wars completely. And yeah, I say give us more Wicket, because he's one of my favorite things in all of Star Wars.
Yeah, no, and I would absolutely take more Wicket, because again, one of my favorite things is that Warwick Davis, even though Wicket has only appeared once more in The Rise of Skywalker after Return of the Jedi, Warwick Davis has continued to be an instrumental part of Star Wars with, you know, all the other characters he's portrayed, including, you know, like Weasel and several of the others in the sequel trilogy movies and in Rogue One, and and it's just like he is like, and you can tell he loves it. Like he loves it, and it is so gratifying when you know that the actor, even though like it's not incumbent for their job description, but it's so gratifying when you can tell that the actor just loves it every bit as much as you do as a fan. And with this character, again, he was a child when he was giving this performance, but there's so much character to it. Like he just gives everything, and in doing so, he makes the character of Wicket, not just Wicket. You mentioned earlier Salacious B. Crumb. It's Wicket W. Warwick, which is Warwick, which is again just such a wonderful little flair to it. But he is first among like the wonderful troop of Ewoks that we have. Like with. Well, I'm sure we'll celebrate, Paplu and Chief Chirpa and all the other like great characters that we meet. But it's just but Wicket is kind of the one, like when you think of an Ewok, much like when you think of Wookiee, you can think Chewbacca. When you think Ewok, you think Wicket. And it's because he's so bright and inquisitive, but also he is brave but he also is just fun, And this is one of the things where, like, even though I think that the Ewoks have an incredible, like, thematic power of being like this overlooked force that's risen up and ultimately helps the Rebel Alliance defeat the Empire, I also just love the fact that the Ewoks are just so much fun in this sequence. Wicket chief among them, but like we'll talk about like when again in that scene when they're all when they have Han and Luke captured the little aside of the guy's wife, and
I just love as they're passing the Lords. Hans, somehow I got the feeling that didn't help us very much.
Yeah.
And of course the classic, I've got a really bad feeling about this.
As you should. You're about to be eaten by a bunch of little forest bears.
And like, let's get to like the chief criticism about the Ewoks is that they are basically just little teddy bears. For me, that's what's so great about them. I love the fact that it's not even disguised that they're just little cute teddy bears. No, like I'm going to be aggressive about this because it's always kind of, as someone who loved Return of the Jedi so much growing up and came to Star Wars as a kid, I've always been slightly offended by the by the animosity towards the Ewoks, because I have always just loved them so freaking much. And so, I don't know, if you had a problem with the Ewoks, I'm just going to say, you can go to hell.
Tell that to Denis Villeneuve. Again, brilliant filmmaker, but his opinion on the Ewoks and Return of the Jedi is not one that I respect. We'll put it kind of.
Yeah. It's brilliant filmmaker. We don't have to agree on everything.
Exactly.
I'm probably not gonna have a Star Wars discussion with him. If I had the opportunity to sit down and talk with him, I would love to talk about many things, but Star Wars would not be one of them.
Exactly.
So, yeah. It's like the Ewoks are such a fundamental part of my childhood and what I love about this movie. So, yeah, I don't care what anybody's opinion is. They're great.
Yeah, no, and they're incredibly capable too. Like that's one of the other things that's so cool is in the battle when we're seeing them go up against the Empire, it's like they're not just wielding like little spears, like they're constructing catapults and log swings and booby traps, and it's and they're doing all this on very short notice. Clearly these guys are actually very intelligent and smart, and it's again goes back to the thematic idea that, of course, like the Empire would see them as basically a primitive species to be ignored at the best and just treated like vermin and wiped out at the worst. And oh boy, do they pay for that.
And I think this is one of the strengths of going for the Ewoks instead of the original idea, of course, being the Wookiees, because if it had been Wookiees, like based on what we know about the Empire, I don't think they would have underestimated the Wookiees. I think they would have been insanely on guard, but they underestimate the Ewoks. To them, the Ewoks are not even a concern, and it makes it such a beautiful thematic idea of the fact that this horrible fascist empire who will trample on anybody just quite honestly doesn't even consider the Ewoks like worthy of being on their radar. Of it's a race so insignificant that they won't even that they don't even care about them, honestly. And I love the fact that they're basically defeated, by this race. I just, it's so wonderful. And then, of course, like I said before, it's connections to something like Lord of the Rings with the hobbits and the idea of this, smaller, more insignificant race of beings, being the thing that overcomes the great evil. And no, I've always loved that that's a thematic through point of the end of this story, and the fact that it's also very and of course this perhaps worked a bit more so before the next trilogy came out, but there was such great symmetry about basically Phantom Menace starting off with the Gungans, and the Gungans standing up to the armies of the Trade Federation, and then ending with the Ewoks standing up against the Empire. And I thought that was a beautiful idea. And yeah, so I don't know if you need to take, and this is the other thing, like we talked about this on the Star Wars stream, which was, if you're looking for everything to be Andor, in its sort of realism, and just remember that Andor is paving the way for the original Star Wars, and by extension, the Star Wars trilogy and beyond. It's so like it's all connected. Like you want all that dark and grittiness from Andor, but it's basically setting up and leading to the Ewoks, defeating the Empire.
Yeah.
It's sorry, you want to have one without the other. You can, but you've got an incomplete story.
Exactly. and for the record, I would assert that Luthen Rail would approve of the Ewoks because they are ready to fight at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I'm very glad that you mentioned Lord of the Rings as a connection point, because I think back to Galadriel's line, even the smallest person can change the course of the future. And
exactly.
one of the reasons that the Empire wins is why the Empire loses, why the Rebel Alliance wins on Endor, which, remember, is a trap. The Empire has an entire legion of my best troops waiting. They would have lost if Leia had not taken the time to form a bond of friendship with Wicket. That is the straw that breaks Palpatine's entire back. So it's, among many other things, of course, but in this case, it is telling that, when we're going to be talking about Palpatine soon, but everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. Didn't foresee the Ewoks guy.
Which he's full of. He's full of shit with that line. Anyway, and we'll talk about why. Also quickly, but before we get to Palpatine, I want to make sure that we talk a little bit about Lando. Just because He gets to, this is a character who could have, he could have flown more under the radar in this film if they didn't give him enough to do, but he gets to lead the freaking assault on the Death Star.
Yes.
And I just love it. I love his scene with Han, before they all leave, where, no, I want you to take her. You need all the help you can get. She's the best ship in the. And I love how charitable Lando is being towards Han, because this was Lando's freaking ship.
Yeah.
It's like, I know what she means to you. I'll take real good care of her. She won't get a scratch. And then I got your guarantee, not a scratch. Will you get going, you pirate?
Which is I love the dynamic between the two of them so much. They are friends again, they're like at what the whole,
honestly, probably better friends than they ever were.
Exactly.
Before.
Because now they're all on the same side, they're all aligned. And and there are other amusing things to think about, like the fact that it's like not a scratch, and then there's the scene where they lose the radar dish going in, and you're like Lando's gonna have to explain that to Vader.
But I love that, because he's like, that was too close.
Exactly.
Because especially when Han is like, I just got a funny feeling like I'm not going to see her again. Like, that is the line you don't want to hear, because in storytelling, that means that the Falcon is a goner. And and so you're just waiting for something bad to happen. But thankfully, it makes it through the battle without a dish, but still makes it through.
And the dish can be replaced, It's ultimately, though, the bond between Han and Lando in these scenes, like the whole, like the fact that Han is the one who shares the story about Lando's little maneuver at the Battle of Tanab that gets Lando promoted to general, and their dynamic of like, I'm surprised they didn't ask you to lead the attack. Well, who says they didn't? But I ain't crazy. You're the respectable one, remember? And that 1,000-watt smile from Billy D. Williams in that sequence. But yeah, I mean, Lando is great in this, this movie. Like, he literally, like, he's the protagonist of the space battle, and he's gold leader. He's and here he is with his trusty sidekick Nine Numb, which I always love seeing him. I love that he came back in the Rise of Skywalker too, and the sequel trilogy. But in particular, the like Lando, we see that Lando like has also made a commitment at this point. He is like, it's not for nothing that he is now leading the Rebel Alliance in their attack that will determine the fate of the galaxy. He has made his choice, and he also shows incredible ingenuity throughout the battle. Like, he's the one who recognizes that the shield is still up and spares the fighter squadrons from getting demolished, but then he also is the one who's pushing Akbar, like, no, we can't leave. Like, we have to give Han more time. We won't get another chance at this. And he's the one who comes with the idea, well, then let's engage the Star Destroyers at point blank range so they can't use the Death Star super laser on us. And then he just, the incredible skill that we see of him, flying the Falcon, through and taking the shot that actually destroys the Death Star.
Through a Death Star with a much bigger exposed entry point.
I have to imagine that the reactor is like sealed off or something, because otherwise it's like, why didn't we just go to the other side that isn't built and fly through? But there has to be a reason for it.
Oh no, like, that didn't even occur to me. I'm just thinking, why does this Death Star have a bigger entry point than, like, the first one didn't even have any entry point? Like, you just,
well, because it's half built. That's the other problem. It's like, this is another thing of like Palpatine's like so-called master plan, where he like, it's like, yes, it's actually incredibly ingenious, everything he does, but there are certain liabilities, including one that your Death Star is half built, and if they do manage to get the shield down, then they're going to just be able to fly right into the superstructure and knock out the main reactor. And Palpatine's like, that won't happen. It happened.
Yeah. Um, God, but no, I love him so much in this, and also it's a testament, a really great testament to how wonderfully written the character of Lando is, and also how great of a job Billy D. Williams does performing the character. That this is a secondary character in Empire Strikes Back, who's, well, I mean, more than a secondary, but he doesn't get introduced until like later in the film, and he is a supporting character. He's not like one of our main trio. But by this point in Return of the Jedi, he's part of the main group.
Yeah.
And he is our representative, like our representative among like our characters in this final battle. We don't really know anybody else.
Well, we know Wedge. We know Wedge.
We know Wedge, but talk about a supporting character. He's really supporting. But like, for the most part, our emotional connection to the space battle is riding on Billy D. Williams' shoulders. And for a character who did not like start in the first movie, and again was a more of a supporting character in the second film, like that's a tall order. And it would be very easy for us to be emotionally disengaged from the space battle and only care about what's happening down on the moon and what's happening up with Luke, Vader, and the Emperor. But we are so involved in the space battle because, and of course, Akbar is great. He's interesting. I don't want to discount like the joy that a giant, fish character can give us. But as far as like being emotionally invested, that's all riding on Lando and Billy D. Williams' performance. And I just feel like he doesn't get enough credit for like how well he pulls that off. And that there is not a moment where we're like checking our watch and like thinking, yeah, but what's going on with the real story? No, this is absolutely, it commands our full attention. And we are on the edge of our seat throughout the whole thing. And so, yeah, and just big round of applause for Lando and Billy D, because, oh my God, what a great job.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's an awesome performance. It's one of the reasons I was so thrilled to see him come back in The Rise of Skywalker and have such an important, emotionally resonant and thematic role as well. But this, like, one of my all-time just favorite fuck yes moments in all of Star Wars is the moment where, he destroyed, he's just fired the reactor at the Death Star, and then he's racing the Falcon out, and the scream as he gets out, and like that is just like, that could have been over the top of it. You're like, no, that is perfect for Lando, absolutely perfect.
I remember when I was working at the news station, and I was responsible for editing like the teasers at the end of the segment when they'd be teasing what's coming up, in the news, and I would get really good at timing and basically reading the script at the pace that the anchors would read it, and know that they would bring up, or in most cases it was me, because I think by that point I was the audio engineer, bringing up the tail end of the audio to going into the commercial break. And so I remember one time it was a news story talking about the DVD release of the original trilogy, the first DVD release. And I timed it so that, and I cut the footage in a way so that right as the anchor stopped talking, I brought up the audio, and it was just in time for the big explosion of the Death Star. And and it was just the perfect crescendo going into the commercial break. I was so proud of myself for that. And I was like, this was a good day at work. But okay. So let's go into what will probably be our big final segment, and we'll start it off by talking about the man, the myth, the legend, the evil cackling space wizard, Mr. Ian McDiarmid, the Emperor. And I will just say, I still think Return of the Jedi Emperor is my favorite Emperor.
I think that's entirely fair. I think I actually agree. As much as I love Palpatine and McDiarmid as Palpatine in Revenge of the Sith and Rise of Skywalker, I mean, this is the reason that we have, like, I mean, this was the original. It's like, it's hard to top. And he gets so much just juice on like some of these line readings that we're going to go into, and just his menacing presence. I mean, it's iconic.
Yeah. Perhaps you refer to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. I assure you, we are quite safe for your friends here. Your confidence is your weakness. Your faith in your friends is yours.
Oh, I'm afraid the deflector shield will be quite operational when your friends arrive.
I mean, oh my God. Talk about an actor who brought it from the first. You know, I mean, he knew exactly what he was doing. And yeah, it's like, you know, and we had the blueprint of the Emperor from Empire Strikes Back. So like whoever they brought in could have just done that. Mm-hmm. But no, this is where we get like, this is, you know, the evil witch from Snow White, basically. And it's glorious. And like, and Ian McDiarmid, bless him, he's been able to milk like so much out of this just by virtue of the fact that he was a younger man, you know, when he did this, and then it just worked out so beautifully that when the prequels came along, you know, he was the right age to play a younger Senator Palpatine, and then he gets to gradually go back into playing, you know, playing the evil cackling Emperor, and he just has so much fun, you know, no matter what version of the character, what time frame. He's just like, you know, it's well known that I have my issues with Rise of Skywalker, but none of them have anything to do with the complete joy of seeing Ian McDiarmid be as creepy and as over the top as he possibly can be, which is exactly what you want for the Emperor, and it all starts here. But yeah, that line that you did, the you know, I'm afraid the deflector shield will be quite operational when your friends arrive. It's just like, oh my God, you do not get any like campier, over the top, you know, than that. And it's brilliant. It's so utterly brilliant. And yeah, I have nothing but love for this man. And and even though I do feel like Palpatine has been run through by this point, and I don't ever want to see him in any like future storytelling in the timeline. Like I think by all means bring him back if we do stuff in the appropriate time periods, but I never want to see him like beyond Rise of Skywalker. But that said, like I've enjoyed anytime we've gotten that man on the screen, and I, oh my God, I just loved when he showed up at, you know, Celebration with the, you know, roll it again. I mean, what an icon.
Yeah, no, I am just eternally grateful that we have gotten so much of Ian McDiarmid, and yes, as Eric points out in the chat, it was such a fortuitous stroke of luck that, as you mentioned, Gwyn, that he was 39 years old when he was portrayed the Emperor in Return of the Jedi, and then got to come back and play older but younger Palpatine in the prequel trilogy, and then subsequently beyond in the sequel trilogy, and even Obi-Wan Kenobi. I love that he showed up there for that one scene with Vader. You seem agitated, my friend.
Yeah.
When he's but yeah, I mean, part of the reason that his performance has been so iconic is there is, the Emperor and McDiarmid's performance will never be accused of being subtle. And for people who want subtlety in their villains, I get that the Emperor can be a little bit over the top. But that's what makes it fucking great, in my mind, because this is the character who, representing the epitome of evil in the galaxy, the Dark Lord of the Sith, the one who has engineered the fall of the Republic and the Jedi and rules over this galactic empire. Like, that would have been evil enough. But what makes it extra, special and fun to watch is clearly this is a guy who enjoys it. He loves being in the evil bastard.
And there are no, there's no shades of, there's nothing complicated about the Emperor. He enjoys being as evil as he possibly can be. And he has not one single regret about his path in life. That's why, as much as I like, and I never have gotten around to reading the Plagueis novel, so I don't know how much that delves into his psyche or anything, but in terms of new storytelling, I there's part of me who wants to get younger Palpatine and what was he like, growing up. At what point did the person that he was going to be really take hold? But then there's another part of me that's no, because he's just I cannot imagine an introspective Palpatine weighing whether he wants to go down the path of pure evil. He's just this is a guy who has always been the absolute worst.
Mm-hmm.
And I cannot imagine him in any other state than just wanting to, pardon the language, but fuck over as many people as possible and just make people suffer. Exactly. It's and get as far ahead as he possibly can and accumulate more and more power, because it's never enough. This is a guy who, I know we say people aren't born evil. This is a guy who I feel was born twisted and evil. and maybe there's a great story to be told where he wasn't, and we could see how that comes to happen. But if we don't ever get that, I'm completely satisfied just feeling that he came into existence this way.
Yeah, no, I mean, there are different schools of thought. Obviously there was the Plagueis novel kind of portrays Palpatine a little bit as an omen child, basically he was born and just there was something off from the beginning. Whereas I think and Eric's absolutely right here. This is, he just absolutely, he revels in it because he it's not just that he believes in the power of the dark side. He thinks that anyone who doesn't believe in the power of the dark side is a fool, for not seeing the true nature of the Force. It's a little tongue-in-cheek, but I think back to the line from Spaceballs with Dark Helmet, and now Lone Star, you see that evil will always triumph because good is dumb. That is kind of Palpatine's philosophy.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, because I did get told by my dad to make sure that we dropped a mention that this long-awaited sequel for Spaceballs is finally getting made, for anybody who was not aware of this. And dear God, we are in agreement, Jared. It better be called Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money, because if it's not, I don't even care what the actual movie is about. That's just going to piss me off more than anything.
Yeah, it's malpractice if they don't do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, obviously there are other schools of thought on Palpatine's origins. Like there was the famous, no, not famous, but supposedly in Star Wars Underworld, the canceled George Lucas TV show, we were going to see that Palpatine had been like jilted by a woman or something. I don't think I would have liked that origin story for him. Also, and I mean, I do kind of subscribe to the Joseph Scrimshaw from Force Center theory of the case, which is that at some point when Palpatine was very young, something happened to him, something that traumatized him and made him fearful. But the difference between him and other characters is that he never, ever, ever looked back. He just embraced, like, this is my path now. And by the time he gets here, it has worked for him. He has risen to become the Empire of the Galaxy. So Luke is right. His overconfidence is his weakness. He believes that he has absolute power. And the only thing he's afraid of, as he says ironically himself in the Darth Plagueis scene from Revenge of the Sith, the only thing he's afraid of is losing his power. But in a certain respect, he almost doesn't believe that to be possible at this point because he thinks he's just planned for everything. And that is where he, again, gets into trouble, not just underestimating, because the thing is, he recognizes it in theory that Luke is compassionate, that he has faith in his friends. He just doesn't think that's going to be enough. And he doesn't believe that.
He also doesn't understand it.
It kind of goes back to the idea of even in Harry Potter, like the idea that like Voldemort is incapable of understanding love, and if he were, he wouldn't be Voldemort. That's kind of the same thing for Palpatine here.
I think, and that essentially is a truism about evil in general. I think we see that in our real world too, is that evil people are aware of, goodness and the things that good people believe in, but they're aware of them, but they never understand them. Yeah. They always think it's done for some sort of gain because that's the way they see things. And that in the end is their fundamental flaw. And so I think it's very much the same for Palpatine. Like he sort of intellectually can understand these notions, but he doesn't feel or truly understand the concepts of like love and friendship and compassion. To him, those are all just weaknesses, and he only understands them on like a surface level. And so that's why I don't think he can understand why, what Luke's true intentions are in this whole sequence. Just because when push comes to shove, of course, Luke is going to give it to his anger and ultimately want power, just like me. Yeah. But he won't actually sacrifice himself out of love and compassion for his father, because that's just bullshit. Nobody actually will go through with that. So the fact that, and the fact that when presented with, his son going through all this pain and suffering, Vader, who he is completely sure has been so completely won over, by this point, and is so far down the dark path that there's nothing left. There is no way he can't even conceive that Vader or that Anakin will resurface and betray him in this moment, because he has complete control over Vader in his mind. And yeah, so his lack of understanding of love and compassion and relationships, and that's his true weakness.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons, like, all those deliciously evil lines that Palpatine is spitting at Luke when he's electrocuting him with Force lightning, like, your feeble skills are no match for the power of the dark side. My favorite of them, and not just because of the cutting, like, alliteration, is you have paid the price for your lack of vision. Because that is kind of what he sees, He doesn't think that...
Now, young Skywalker, you will die.
Oh, and the smile. Oh my God, the smile on that. But like that is kind of like, as you said, his philosophy is not that he, doesn't understand that there are people who wield like compassion and love. It's that he thinks that those people are hypocrites. He thinks those people are rubes. And it's like, and his contempt for Luke in that scene is mostly just the fact that he's like, you had it right here. I am offering you the chance to have ultimate power at my side because I am the ultimate power in the galaxy. And you're throwing it away for this like hunk of metal that I have was once the great Anakin Skywalker, who I have twisted and made into my creature. And now you're going to give it all up to save him. Well, then you were never worth it anyway. And I'm going to throw you away like trash. And again, he misses what is right in front of his face. And it's an telling thing that, like, when he comes back in the sequel trilogy, like, he has learned nothing. He has learned certain things, like, in the sense that, like, yes, it's possible for him to be defeated, but what he's learned is basically, well, then I need a backup plan, and I need to have, like, I can't have one centralized planet-killing weapon. I need to have hundreds of them. and I engineered all this, like, political machinations at the first time to take power in a legitimate guise as the Emperor. But that got stripped away, so screw it. I am the Dark Lord of the Sith, and you will all bow to me because I cannot fathom the idea that I could potentially lose power. And of course, that is what leads to his ultimate downfall in that movie. But in this movie, it's all there. It's all there that he can't see what's right in front of his face, because to acknowledge that has power would be to open even the slightest sliver of doubt that somewhere along the way he might have made the wrong choice, and he just can't fathom that.
Yeah, it's God, you're right. And of course, Star Wars is never supposed to be political, or it never has been political. But like, it's the perfect representation of evil that we see in the real world, and like, yeah, like I said, we see so many examples of this in our world where evil doesn't truly understand good. They see it as you said, as a ruse, an act, because it would never occur to them to try to be good or have compassion for people. So when they see acts of compassion, they're convinced that no, it's just another way for this person to gain something. It's a fraud, because that's what they would do. And in the face, and of course, and then in the deface of any kind of setback, they're incapable of taking stock of actual things like love, compassion. The response is always, well, no, I need to acquire more power. I need to just double whatever I'm doing, like apply more strength, like brute force. And that is the Emperor in a nutshell. He really, quite honestly, is the perfect representation of evil and everything wrong in our actual real world. And so the idea that Star Wars was never political is hilarious. Like, and that's even like the least of it. Then, you get into the stuff like the stormtroopers and, and all that stuff. It's like, please. But yeah, it's, oh God. Yeah. Palpatine is just, but he's such a delight. As horrendous as he is, he's also a complete and utter joy to watch. And such are the gifts of Ian McDiarmid.
Yeah, it's like obviously like his brand of evil is like horrible and brutal, and like that is one of the things we see in many respects in Andor, where like that is like that kind of varnish is stripped off of it, and like we see truly what the machinations of this man have brought the galaxy to. But I do think that there is actually sincere value in seeing that Palpatine takes glee and pride in his dastardly acts. And it's not just that, as Eric had kind of pointed out, that like a lot of the other dark side characters we see in Star Wars are, ultimately there's a core of pain there. That's clearly the case with Vader. Like Vader is miserable, like he lost everything. And the same thing with Maul. Maul has like a gaping wound in his heart that he can never fill. And even Dooku, who puts like a good varnish on it, like Dooku is kind of, he clearly is very amoral, and like he wants, like he just is kind of a cynic in that way. And then even like the stranger in the Acolyte, we see that he does a lot of like whataboutism about the Jedi, and he has that kind of like sexy brooding edge to him. But ultimately, he's alone. He is afraid. And I do think at its very core, Palpatine does harbor that fear, that fear of losing his power. But because he has ascended to the pinnacle of the dark side, like he is the one character who like basically thinks he can just let it out, and that he will pay no consequence for it. And that just makes him like in a kind of heightened fantasy story, like that makes him fun, like a character like Sauron, in the Lord of the Rings, an incredibly iconic villain, there's a reason that like when he's just a big evil eye on top of the Tower of Barad-dûr, that's one thing. But when we actually get to see, Charlie Vickers, portraying him as just kind of a confident, maneuvering, like still incredibly evil character, but having fun with it, that's always more entertaining to watch.
Oh God, you reminded me that I've got a short window of some free Amazon time, a free subscription that I currently have. You're making me want to sit down and watch season 2 of The Rings of Power again. I'm just thinking of all those great scenes between him and Celebrimbor, and also like the whole fight with Galadriel at the end of the season, and like God, there's just so much good stuff there. Oh, but let's not get the sidetracked there. We'll get a whole bunch of hate for talking positively about The Rings of Power.
Oh, we can handle it. But yeah. As Palpatine himself would say.
Yeah. But yeah, God, it's just yeah, he's just his performance is just so delicious throughout the movie, and the fact that he just enjoys pitting, like trying to pit Vader and Luke against each other, and Luke is just trying to reach out to his father the whole time and save him. But Palpatine is supremely confident that he just needs to egg Luke on enough, and he will fully give in to his anger and fall to the dark side. Which of course is why when it doesn't work, that look of disappointment on his face is so priceless. But before we get to that moment, I do want to go ahead and take the opportunity to just talk about the fight between Luke and Vader, because for me, like, all right, if we're talking about like choreography and sort of the kind of prequel level, sort of awe inspired by lightsaber battles, I've said many a time that for me, I really do hold both Duel of the Fates and the Ahsoka Maul duel from Siege of Mandalore like up on a pedestal, but for pure like emotional power, the Return of the Jedi duel has never been topped for me. I just adore it so much, and then it's just this constant back and forth where Luke is trying to reach out to his father and say, I feel the good in you, the conflict. There is no conflict. You couldn't bring yourself to destroy me before, and I don't believe you'll destroy me now. And you underestimate the power of the dark side. If you will not fight, then you will meet your destiny. And then the Emperor, cackle. It's just like it's just so amazing, and I just love the freaking visuals of Luke and Vader, like both in black, but one with the red saber, one with the green saber. It's just, for me, like the imagery is so iconic and so beautiful, and and I don't want to like discount, we haven't really talked necessarily about some of the more technical aspects of the film, but like set design. And, I think we did talk a lot about, how much of a success like Jabba's palace was, but like just the throne room and, and just like what, like room perfectly engineered for these characters to move around and do this incredible duel. And then, when there's the big climatic moment at the end of the fight where John Williams' music kicks in, which I was going to say we'll talk about in a second, but we can talk about it right now. Just the way the fight is going on, like behind the stairway, and the camera is moving. It's like, and then just paired with that great choral music that John Williams composed for that moment. It is, and I don't want to say this because I've said it too many times, because I've said it about the Imperial March, the main theme, Across the Stars. I always say it's the best piece of music. It's my favorite piece of music written for Star Wars. But in that group, there is also that choral music from this final duel, and it's very unlike anything else from the trilogy. But it's just so emotionally powerful, and the way the camera is moving, like I said, like behind the stairway, and you're just following these characters as Luke is just raging out, after Vader says, if you will not turn to the dark side, then perhaps she will. Never! And the music and the emotion, the power, all culminating into this, Luke coming out at him with anger for the first time, and then cutting his hand off, and the beautiful symmetry of that with everything that Anakin went through, and then just as Luke is staring down at his father, and then he sees the hand, and it pulls him back, and then we get that great moment with the Emperor, and since you went ahead and put it on your post for the stream, I'll let you recite the actual line. But it's such a powerful moment in all of Star Wars.
Yeah, no, just the moment when Luke throws away his lightsaber, looks at the Emperor and says, I'll never turn to the dark side. You've failed, Your Highness. I am a Jedi, like my father before me. I think it's in the contender for my favorite line in all of Star Wars, because it really kind of crystallizes the battle of what's been at stake and what the victory Luke has won, even before the Emperor is destroyed for the time, and before Vader makes his choice. Like, this is Luke's victory, because we had seen him do this incredibly, like he is walking the path in this initial fight. He is using the Force for knowledge and defense. And even though he tried to strike down the emperor in that moment, like he recognized that was a moment of weakness, and he pulls back, and he keeps telling Vader, I don't want to fight you, and Vader keeps coming at him. In many respects, I kind of think, and I don't know if this has been confirmed by any canon source, I think at this point Vader wants Luke to kill him. He wants to be done. He wants to be over, because he has kind of accepted the fact that he can't, he was trying to pitch Luke, we can destroy the Emperor, we can rule the galaxy. And one of the things that they do in the storyline between Empire and Return of the Jedi is kind of have Palpatine beat Vader down and down and down and down again, to the point that Vader has essentially lost all hope. He doesn't believe the Emperor can be beaten. He wants his son, he wants Luke to live, and he recognizes that, well, the only way for him to live is to kill me. So that's why he keeps coming. That's why he keeps goading Luke. He's trying to provoke him, and Luke, to his credit, resists for a long time until Vader touches the one thing that Luke, that means more to Luke in this moment than even saving his father. It's protecting his sister, protecting Leia. And again, it's an incredibly human reaction for Luke to, being angry in that moment and to leap out and charge at Vader. And yeah, the music cue, I think it's probably you could take the whole musical piece. I think it's one of the best music cues in the entire saga and all of cinema. Basically, the choral music paired with the incredible tracking shot of them following, as Luke is pushing Vader back. It feels monumental. It feels epic. And it culminates in what we would traditionally think of as the hero moment of the hero beats the villain. He knocks him down. He cuts off his hand. He has Vader beaten. And in the lesser story, that would have been Luke's victory. But this is a better story because Luke recognizes that actually would have been a defeat for him, to do what Palpatine wanted and kill his father and take his place at Palpatine's side. And so he does the harder thing, the braver thing of taking a moment, stepping back, recentering himself. You will know when you are calm, at peace, passive, recognizing that he and Vader are the same in many ways. That's the power of the hand moment. And then tossing his lightsaber away. Because at this moment, that weapon is not going to defeat Palpatine. It is down to something else, something greater. And he doesn't, I don't believe that Luke knows in that moment that Vader is going, or Anakin is going to save him. Even he would have done it anyway, because he had just recognized that this is the moment that I'm not going to do this. So, but of course, the great victory is that in doing so, he finally achieves the end that he had been seeking all along, which is he reaches his father, and his father, Anakin Skywalker, returns.
Yeah, it's the hardest thing to do, right? When you have given into your anger, even for a moment, and to pause and take stock and be willing to step back from that anger. It's something that's really hard for many of us to do, but it is the ideal that we should strive for. And that's why and I think maybe because I've internalized this lesson from Luke, that I used to always talk to my mom about the fact that we'd have a blow up over something, and it wouldn't take me but a minute, 2 minutes to just go to her and say I'm sorry, and just apologize if I did something, if I was in the wrong, which was most of the time, and if I wasn't, just let go of it, because, well, for one thing, that was my relationship with her. It meant too much to me to have a any sort of sustained anger between us, but also because I think I did internalize it from stories like this, that anger is not something that's worth hanging on to. And it does more damage if you continue down that path. And so I just think it's such a great message to have like Luke on the verge of losing control and giving into his anger, and then to say, no, I'm not going to be that which you want me to be. I'm going to throw away my weapon and stand here and say that, and tell you that I'm the thing that you tried to make me not be. And not only that, I'm doubling down and reclaiming my father as one of these things that stands against you, regardless of what you've done to him, or, you know, the control that you think you have over him, or the control that he thinks you have over him. And Luke is fully ready to die in that moment. He is ready to die for that. And it is through witnessing that act and the aforementioned fact that Vader, you know, I think you're right. I think he wants Luke to live. And now he understands that the only way that can possibly ever happen is to destroy this monster who twisted him and is trying to twist his son. And in the end, so it is the love between father and son that saves Anakin Skywalker. And God damn, if that isn't a beautiful story, I don't know what is.
Yeah. No. And speaking of, you know, great music cues, the music cue when Vader goes and grabs Palpatine and lifts him up, and we get the full Force theme under the moments of, you know, the incredible visuals of Palpatine screaming in horror and disbelief, and the lightning spraying everywhere and electrocuting Vader, killing him by shutting down his suit. But Vader just carries him all the way over to the edge and then throws him over. It is the hero moment for Anakin Skywalker. You know, it is, you know, people have talked about him like bringing balance to the Force and destroying the Sith, and like I know that legacy can be complicated for some, but it has always been my opinion that his greatest victory in this scene and his intention was to save his son, and he did. And that is, you know, why it's so incredibly powerful that in that moment they have just defeated the Emperor of the Galaxy, you know, for now, but Luke doesn't even care about that almost. His immediate instinct is to go to his father, whose breathing is now ragged and who is collapsed against the railing after, because this has taken everything from him, and to, you know, cradle him, you know, to hold him. And that's what makes it so powerful later, when after he brings him down to the shuttle, and he's still trying to save him. But Vader, or Anakin at this point, I should say, Anakin knows that, you know, he knew the cost of doing this, but he made it willingly. And like Luke, he was prepared to die, and now he knows he is dying, and all he cares about is seeing his son's face with my own eyes. And just like, if you're talking about scenes that get me in like waterworks every fucking time I watch it, this is the one. You know, the idea of Luke, you know, taking Vader, you know, Luke, help me take this mask off, but you'll die. Nothing can stop that now. Just for once, let me look on you with my own eyes. And then the gentle way that Luke removes the helmet and he sees, you know, his father's face for the first time, and his father gets to see him for the first time with his own eyes, as he said. And then the response of, now go, my son, leave me. No, I'll not leave you here. I've got to save you. You already have, Luke. You were right. You were right about me. Tell your sister you were right. And those are the final words of Anakin Skywalker. another shout out to Force Center. I always think about the moment from the Return of the Jedi novelization that as Anakin dies, as he passes into the Force, he feels Luke's tears on his face, and they feel like rain falling. And God, it's just so beautiful and heartbreaking. But ultimately, what the power of it is that Anakin is right here. That like, even though he dies in this moment, that like some people have a very reductive way of thinking about like, well, if he died, then like, what was it all for? It means everything that Luke saved Anakin. He saved his
life. To me, that's a fundamental misunderstanding of what Luke was fighting for.
Yeah.
Which, as I've said over and over, it was about fighting for his father's soul. And it's, and that's not to say that Luke didn't want to, to save his father's life. He says as much, and then to which Anakin replies, you already have. And no, it's incredibly meaningful. And if you need more meaning than that, Anakin continues on in the afterlife. And so ask Ahsoka if saving Anakin mattered. I think so. Now, but even if that wasn't the case, it would be incredibly meaningful. And Luke succeeded in doing exactly what he wanted to do. And I think it's beautiful what you said about the fact that he doesn't even, I'm sure he does care that the Emperor's dead, but like it's almost like an afterthought, because that was not his purpose. His purpose was not to go up there to try to save the galaxy by killing the Emperor. His point was to save his father. And to bring his father back to the light side. And so, certainly the fact that Palpatine is dead is a good thing. But he has left the fate of the rebellion and the galaxy in the hands of his friends. And so as I said before, his chief concern is with his father. It's such a great moment to share between them, which is why, like, and we talked about characters that we want to see, share moments together, like, and we have this moment between Luke and Anakin, but I can't help but think that there's a Mark Hamill, Hayden Christensen scene that can still be done at some point, regardless of what Mark Hamill has said about the state of his filming stuff for Star Wars.
If Dave Filoni calls him with a specific pitch, I'm sure he would listen.
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely wonderful. And then as we're winding down, we get some really beautiful scenes. We get down on the planet after the victory. I want to mention it because we can enjoy the levity and humor of this moment after all that drama, which is Han saying, I'm sure Luke wasn't on that thing when it blew. He wasn't. I can feel it. You love him, don't you? Well, yes, I understand. When he comes back, I won't get in the way. No, it's not like that at all. He's my brother. And then the moment, I do love the memes of like the thought process that Han is going through in that moment of, but in the end, all that matters. Then Leia grabs him, kisses him, and like mid-kiss, the realization hits in. It's like, so wait, that means I get the girl.
Yeah, and all that business back on Hoth, where Leia was making out with Luke. Let's just never mention that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a it's such a great moment because ultimately Han and Leia, their love story, even though it's Empire is the big one where people think about the sweeping romance where they're falling in love. In this movie, it's just there. It's just a given that these two characters are in love. All my joking aside about the someone who loves you, Kira moment earlier. No, it's like at the moment she says that, he knows it's Leia. And
Yeah.
the moment where Leia, who had been so afraid to open her heart to Han in Empire, now she has no fear about doing it. And I mentioned the moment where she looks at him when she realizes he's volunteered to leave the mission down to Endor, and she's kind of like, okay. I kind of think she falls even deeper in love with him there because she now sees his commitment. And then their reunion at the Ewok village is sweet. The beautiful moment when after Luke goes off to confront Vader and Leia is overwhelmed by the news that not only is Luke doing this, but that she is also Vader's daughter, and she almost can't get it out. And Han briefly thinks that she's being angsty about Luke because she's in love with him, and he tries to walk away, and then he turns back and says, "I'm sorry." And she just goes to him and says, "Hold me." It's so gorgeous, and then obviously the reverse of the "I love you, I know" from Empire is just like.
And I want to say what I was talking about a few minutes ago about sort of how I've sort of applied this to my own life and my own relationships. I think that subconsciously that Han Leia scene was actually really important for me. I just want to be alone for a while. Come on, tell me. I can't tell you. Could you tell Luke? Is that who you could tell? Which is hilarious. And she's like, and then he just and goes to walk off, but then almost instantly is like, no, that's not right, and that's the old me. And he turns around and he just calmly says, "I'm sorry." And then they embrace. I think when I talked earlier about not being the type of person who doesn't like to, if I lose my temper, I didn't have a great example, a couple months ago where I got into it with somebody in my life, and that was an extended thing. But in most cases, I hate letting something carry on beyond a minute. And so I will do whatever's necessary to make peace with that person and acknowledge my own fault. And while I'm sure that there's many reasons why, I've, developed that as a trait, given how important these movies were to me growing up, I looked at the scene and I'm like, yeah, I bet this is at least one of the things that planted a seed, because it's a very good example of don't be a dick. It's not worth it. Just set the temper aside and embrace love instead. And so and for that reason, I think I talked about the fact that Han does more comic relief in this movie, but I do think we get so much the fulfillment of his character arc in this movie, just because looking at where he starts off, where he's very brash, he's impulsive, and he doesn't he at least professes not to really care about anything except for himself and and Chewbacca. And then, but he's also given to being snappy and confrontational. And whereas with this movie, he's embracing this larger cause, he's embracing his friends, and he's also showing that he's not going to give in to his temper. He's going to be respectful towards his friends and the woman that he loves. And I think that's a beautiful story for the character, and even leaving out what we eventually get from him in The Force Awakens, which I think is great. One of the reasons why I'm looking forward to that stream when we do it is because of just Harrison Ford, who is just amazing in that film. So yeah, I love that scene and what it represents.
No, yeah, and it's ultimately the, like, Han and Leia are committed to one another at this point. That's the, like, even though they haven't, like, said it, out and out, they are, like, they want to be together for the rest of their lives. And that moment, as you mentioned, when at the end, when Leia kind of gives the affirmation, no, Luke's my brother, I love him, but, like, it's you, Han. It's always been you. And he gets to accept that, like, yes, in this case, the hero does get the girl. And
that big grin, like mid kiss, is always so funny to me.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, like, they go on, they have their story, after this, but it really does feel like a victory that these two people, the scoundrel and the princess, at this point, where they came from doesn't matter. Like, it's Han and Leia now. And
that's why, like, and that's why I also go back to, like, further stories, down the timeline, whether we're talking about the expanded universe or what is now the official canon of, like, the sequel films, they, like, and everybody's different. I'm not, by no means am I saying my way is the way, but just talking about personal basis, everything else always feels kind of like a and then, or a what if, or from, like, and when I'm watching those stories, I take everything into account, but coming to the end of this movie, I'm like, no, Han and Leia, they get their happily ever after, and that's how it goes. And so, and I'm happy. I always talk about how I tend to have, like, multiple levels of canon when there are stories that get revisited years later, because I've devoted, like, so much time and energy to, like, to stories that have been wrapped up or had implied backstories or continuations, that I'm a little resistant to fully give that up, with stories. And so I tend to have, it's just like back in the expanded universe days of Star Wars, then they had their levels of canon, and so do I. So, and I'm okay with that. But then, of course, that leads into the big finale, and we have multiple versions of this big finale. The one I watched today was the good old fashioned yub nub. But before we get that, we have Luke laying his father to rest, or as the case may be, his the Vader outfit to rest, depending on whether or not Anakin actually faded away. But it seems like he would have. I don't know, but yeah, and then the John Williams music comes in, and the Force theme, and it's just, oh god, it's like honestly, the whole, like, all the final sections of this movie just reduce me to tears and make me so emotional, and I just love it. And I just love watching the look on Luke's face as he says goodbye to his father, and it's just like, you just have to imagine what's running through his mind in those moments, the sort of emotional catharsis of everything he's been through, but also, like, looking ahead to the future, and and what that means to him, and yeah, I just love it. And as for what follows, I will say that even though I just said I watched the Yub Nub version today, I will admit to having a slight preference for the 1997 special edition ending. which has the new music, has the first appearance of Coruscant, but has not yet added. All right, it has Coruscant, it has Tatooine, and Cloud City. They hadn't yet added Naboo, and they hadn't yet inserted Hayden Christensen, obviously, because the prequels hadn't been made yet. So if you're asking me to pick a preference for endings, I would say the 1997 special edition, I think, is perfection. But without the current availability of that, except on my beloved VHS box set, I will go for the original theatrical version. But I do not object to the other ones. I think they're perfectly fine. I have my preferences though.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a case where like my heart can encompass all of the available options, because I do love Yub Nub and the original 1983 ending. Like Yub Nub is a bop. It's a rollicking music. It's my headcanon that that's the music they're listening to when they're celebrating, in Bright Tree Village, because we see them, playing the drums on the stormtrooper helmets and the chanting. And it's a very rollicking, we won kind of energy. The reason ultimately, in my heart of hearts, I tend to prefer the victory celebration ending is just because of the emotion of it. Because on the one hand, it's a gorgeous piece of music. Like one of my, it's on a short list for me of, my favorite pieces of Star Wars music. Yeah. But I also just think it pairs really, like the way I kind of reconcile it is like, as the original ending to the original trilogy, I do think it's Yub Nub. But like it in the context of, yes, Star Wars has continued to expand its story, and we've gotten the prequels, and we get the visualization that this is not just a victory here on Endor, but a victory for the entire galaxy. It does feel more all-encompassing, the victory celebration. And I also just love specifically the music cue and how it pairs with those final moments of Luke looking over at his at Obi-Wan and Yoda and Anakin. Like in particular, the exact music cue when we see Luke, turn briefly away from the party and like put his hand up and look over there, and then he sees Anakin's Force Ghost coming to beam, whether it's Sebastian Shaw or Hayden Christensen. And just the way the music swells in that moment is one of my favorites in the entire franchise. And I also I just think about the moment that the idea that even though we're seeing it, this is ultimately just a private moment for Luke. I don't think that Leia can see them at this point. I don't think anyone else can see them. It's just Obi-Wan and Yoda and Anakin, giving this moment to Luke, letting him know that you did good, kid. You did what we couldn't, imagine you would do. And we love you, and we are so proud of you. But it's just a moment. It's just a moment. And then ultimately when Leia comes over and puts her hands on Luke and, is kind of like, hey, brother, what are you doing? And Luke just has that smile, because he knows, it means so much to him to see them, all of his friends and mentors and his father, reunited. But it's not his time to join them yet. He has to go back to the living. And so with a smile on his face, he turns and goes back to the party, and they kind of smile and watch him go. And just the way the music is swelling and swelling and swelling. And then we get the final shot of Luke fully back integrated with all the rollicking, party and his friends, and then the cut to credits. I just think it's perfect.
I do like the fact that we don't see Anakin, Yoda, and Obi-Wan fade away either, which suggests that they stick around to enjoy the party. And I do imagine a sort of aside with Anakin, turning over to Obi-Wan being like, so seriously, you just didn't think to tell them that they were brother and sister? That wasn't cool, man. That wasn't cool.
Yeah, no,
No, no.
the conversations that I would, honest to God, like pay to see like Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen act out like it's like Obi-Wan and Anakin recap the events of the Star Wars original trilogy,
Or even like, you know, it would be fun because they did some goofy stuff like this when James Arnold Taylor had his like YouTube show interviewing like, you know, Clone Wars actors and stuff. They didn't do actual like Star Wars scenes. I think they did scenes from like other movies and the voices of the characters. But it would even be really fun just to get like him and Matt Lanter together.
yeah,
and do some of those exchanges. I think that would be so much fun.
yeah.
But yeah, okay, but yeah, no, I agree. It's even though like, and this is why again, like, give us all the versions. Because I honestly, I'll tell you the honest to God truth. Like, if I had my pick of versions to watch, as long as the originals were safely, you know, preserved and available, I probably would go back most often to the 97 special editions, because those were the films that really made me, those were the versions that really made me a Star Wars fan, because I hadn't seen the movies in years before that, and I went to the theater to see the movies, and for me, the Star Wars trilogy does end with the victory celebration music. And so even though I happily watched the theatrical version today, and I love Yub Nub, I think it's great, but I won't lie, there is a part of me that's like, the other music feels more like, you know, emotionally, you know, satisfying, and like it's telling the end of the story in a way that really drives it home. So it's why I cherish those special edition soundtracks, which are great. And in my iTunes library, I do have the cover art from '97 with you remembered the outer cases were like the black background with like the golden, or in the case of Empire, silver like emblem with the original like Star Wars poster art design. And it just looked so beautiful. And so I've got that for my cover art for the special edition soundtracks in my library. So yeah, so I love the movies, I love the music so much, and getting to experience these back in '97 is such a special memory for me. That's why, like, I feel like I mostly crapped on the later editions of the movies, not so much the 1997 versions, because there's a lot in those that I really love. And I always want to pay respect for that, because I became a fan big time in '97, and getting to see those movies in that way. And I'll show it again. There's a reason why I still have this box set. Yeah. Like, I would not want to hold on to this for dear life if I hadn't watched these videotapes like 15 billion times. So I love what's on these tapes, and I don't feel like, oh my God, they're abominations like a lot of people do. My disgruntled nature came in later with some future changes, but like this box set is one of the most like important possessions that I have in my entire collection. And I still remember picking this up. I picked it up at a Walmart. And I know the Walmart because I still go there because it's still there. And it just means so much to me, and so do these films, and everything that they've gifted me. It's just, I love the fact that, you know, people like to argue about, oh, well, what Star Wars are they enjoying nowadays? And, you know, what's real Star Wars? I'm like, well, it's all real Star Wars. I'm just so happy that I'm still a Star Wars fan today, and that there is new stuff to enjoy, and that Star Wars is still surprising me and still thrilling me. The fact that we got a bunch of different Star Wars surprised me again, like you know, in a way that I didn't think it was going to be able to, you know, after, you know, I saw that shiny object in the corner that was Lord of the Rings, and I ventured over to that. And then I started catching the Clone Wars. And I was like, oh wait, this is amazing. This is like taking some stuff that I really enjoyed about the prequels and just really diving into that. And then we got new Star Wars, and you know, I'm being surprised by like that we get stuff like Andor, but now we're also getting like stuff like The Mandalorian, and the animation is developing further. We've got Star Wars Visions. We're gonna get a Darth Maul television series, and and like it's 2025, and I'm still so happy to be a Star Wars fan and to love Star Wars in the way that I do. And yeah, if anybody wants to be grouchy about Star Wars, that's their prerogative. I'm never going to be one of those people. I love it so much, and I'm glad that it's a part of my life, and I'm glad that I have friends who are also into it like I am. So yeah. Go ahead. I that was quite a long yammering.
No, it was beautiful. I feel very, very similarly. Be that, you know, Star Wars is for me the most important, you know, story that I've encountered in my life. You know, it's the one I will always come back to. There is, I won't say it's never wavered, because there was a moment when, you know, where sometimes the reactions to the fandom have, you know, darkened my heart a little bit, but I've never fallen out of love with the story itself. And it has made my life like indescribably better, you know, not only just in terms of it's been phenomenally entertaining, but in the sense that these movies have lessons to teach us. And I like to think that, perhaps not perfectly, but that I have learned from these movies. You know, I have, as George Lucas intended, you know, these movies were meant as a morality tale, you know, for young adults, you know, taking their first steps into a larger world. And, you know, I've been open about the fact that like Star Wars has taught me things about, you know, the nature of, you know, fear and anger and, you know, and compassion, and what it means to like love selflessly and not selfishly. And, you know, the idea that, again, it's, you know, it's never too late to make a better choice. Like, these are things that you can actually apply to your real world life, as opposed to just, you know, saying, oh, that's cute, that's a nice, you know, story for, you know, to entertain yourself for 2 hours and then you put it back on the shelf. Like, I've never done that with this story. Like, it's with me, it's in my heart, you know, every day. And ultimately, even though the Star Wars has become a vast and incredibly, you know, expansive, you know, media franchise, and I love, you know, all of it, certainly all the movies, all the shows, you know, many of the books and stories, but ultimately you have to come back to where it all started, which was this trilogy, you know, the original Star Wars trilogy. And like, there is a reason that these movies from 1977, 1980, and 1983 still endure to this day. Like, there are a lot of movies from that era that, like, as well made as they were at the time, have kind of faded a little bit in the popular consciousness. Like, these movies haven't, and for me, they certainly never will, because they have a real heart and perspective to them. Like, not just in terms of being like incredibly entertaining. Like, we barely even talked about the Rancor. Like, what an incredible triumph the Rancor is. And I'm so glad we've gotten to revisit it in like the Book of Boba Fett and see that, like, yes, there's more to the Rancor too. And that's the great gift that Star Wars can keep giving us, that like this world that George Lucas created with these 3 movies has continued to give countless storytellers endless opportunities to go deeper and to, you know, and to infuse what it meant to them into new storytelling that will hopefully inspire other future generations to come. And that is a triumph for a story that at its core was ultimately a relatively straightforward, you know, concept, but was presented in such a fantastical and entrancing way that it has captivated the world. And it has certainly captured my heart, you know, and these 3 movies are, you know, something that even though I may not like always say that like, oh, it's, you know, Return of the Jedi is like my favorite thing Star Wars has ever done. It's like after watching this movie, I'm like, so much of what I love about Star Wars comes from this movie. And maybe I should be giving it even more credit than I already do, because, you know, it has been a source of just inspiration and good for me, and hopefully for many others as well. So I love it dearly. I will never abandon it in my heart. Respectfully, if other people feel like that they have moved on from Star Wars or they want Star Wars to be something else, they can have that perspective as long as they do it respectfully. I will just say that I think that what Star Wars has given me is something that I will never, you know, never set aside. And so, while I want Star Wars to continue to grow and evolve, I never wanted to lose what it had at the core of these movies, because I think it truly is the reason that we are still in love with this story today.
Yeah, something that I've heard people say over the decades has been, yeah, I feel like I've outgrown Star Wars, and it's something that I'm more sure of, you know, every time I watch these movies, particularly these original 3 films. You know, and I felt it very strongly today, is that I think the older I get, the more I need to tightly hold on to Star Wars. Because it just means so much to me. And I think it's important to hold on to, you know, something like this that has so much to teach us. But also, just like not, and it doesn't even have to be anything more complicated than the fact that I loved these stories so much as a kid. And, you know, and there's many stories that I liked as a kid that like do lose their power, but these stories don't. And I think that it's an important thing to hold close. And it just makes me feel good to be in touch with something that meant so much to me when I was younger and taught me so many foundational lessons. And I've said this in the past about Lord of the Rings, which I also feel this way about, that it just feels like I'm going home whenever I revisit the films. And that is most certainly the case with these movies as well as Lord of the Rings. And, you know, I still love a lot of movies that I loved when I was younger, but there's something different, I think, about stories that truly capture the imagination. It just feels like this place that you've carved out as like a spot in your heart for, and that when you sit back down and you allow it yourself to enter into that world again, it just feels like for a couple hours everything's fine. And I never want to give that up.
I mean, even though it's, you know, Tolkien and not Star Wars, you know, where they're so closely linked in both of our hearts, I think back to the three virtues from Tolkien's On Fairy stories of what fantasy stories can give us: recovery, escape, consolation. You know, I feel all of them watching these movies, and I always have, and I hopefully always will. So I think that is the mark of a truly enduring, you know, tale, and one that has done immeasurable good in the world, in my view. And so hopefully, as we continue to go down the road with our Star Wars journey, we will just, you know, continue to find stories that, you know, have that same spirit and heart, and that as ever, because this is one of the great powers of Star Wars, the next generation will as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. And I don't think we're going to get any better than that to finish off. And at about 4 hours and 24 minutes, it's definitely a good place to stop. But thank you, everybody who tuned in tonight and has tuned in across our other Star Wars streams. I think we are going to take a nice break from Star Wars for a bit.
We will come back and do the sequel trilogy. I'm holding you to that promise.
Oh,
but
we absolutely
we can take a break of a little while.
Because we have done a lot. We've covered Andor. We fit in a stream about the Siege of Mandalore. And we've been Skeleton Crew, and we've and we've done these streams. So I do think it's time to take a breather, but we won't wait too long before we come back to do the sequel trilogy. So just once again, thank you everybody who tuned in, and just hoping you guys all have a wonderful night. Once again, next week we'll be talking about the 25th anniversary of the first X-Men film. And then we are going to take a short break, somewhere around 1 to 2 weeks, and then we'll be back after that. And we will let you guys know what our plans are after that. We've got a lot of good ideas for stuff coming up. So, anything else, Jared?
No, I'm very happy with this discussion. I'm very happy that we're going to be continuing our Star Wars journey eventually, and excited for everything that we have planned in the interim. But for now, I just am so grateful that we did it. We made it through the original Star Wars trilogy, and much like those Ewoks dancing away on the party on Bright Tree Village on Endor. I imagine we're going to have a nice long rest afterwards.
Yeah. All right. Hope you guys all have a wonderful night. And I can't think of a better way to close off than to simply say, may the Force be with you.
Always.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night.